That's good! I just can't believe it. You're amazing.
here.
All right. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
This layout may look a little strange, but it will make sense, I assure you. Soon as, especially once I put that menu up there, so you can see that. Unfortunately, I tried to stream in 4K. I'm sure people have been asking, "Whoa, why is it a 1080p stream for the RetroTINK 4K?" I couldn't do it. I couldn't make it happen. You know, I'm not
Doesn't have that
not
bandwidth.
living the high life up there in Kentucky like Coury is with, you know, your fancy fiber, your fancy Kentucky fiber. Don't got that down here.
Not yet.
Yeah. So I realized, especially when we get into looking at more like sort of CRT type filters, even just through the capture card, like that, the detail on that stuff is so fine that even if I blow it back up, like it doesn't convey how it looks on the screen.
Yes.
So I was like, I just need to, you know, I've got my main camera here set up, and I'm just gonna be zooming in.
Oh wow, that's actually a real camera.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
This is
So
the camera I use.
So it gives a good idea of like, you know, it gives the impression of like what it looks like in person.
Right.
So
Yeah. You know. Screen capture zoom in.
Sorry, I accidentally clicked us off for a second there, but we're good.
But it's also good because you can see the like the filters and stuff really closely that way too.
Yeah.
Someone's saying I'm a bit loud.
Apparently I am low. Which would you say I should do? Should I adjust me or should I adjust? Are Coury and Mike fairly balanced?
Yeah. I've not seen anything. Yeah, let me pop out this chat, make it bigger.
So it's really. Oh wait, people seem to be disagreeing whether I am low. Okay, Coury is fine. Well, how about I lower Mike a little bit and raise mine a little bit?
Someone asks, how does the RT 4K taste?
I don't know. I feel like it probably tastes like a Twix. I think maybe a Kit Kat, like some good candy.
I always more imagine a pepperoni roll, but that's just me.
I could imagine that.
I
mean, it's anything that tastes good.
I mean, I to be honest, I imagine it tastes like 3D printing. Because I mean, to be clear, what we're using right now is, and it looks like I might need to raise my levels even more. Still, I don't know what happened.
You're only 30% of the volume of the other people, of us. Your loudness was only 30%.
Oh, wow.
Of where we were at.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
While he's figuring that out, I want to. I'm not sure if it's like I'm not sure if everyone should be allowed to use it, or what. But you know, if you want to use the Popeye emoji, it'll give you a little emoji of my face making my Popeye face. I thought it was funny.
Someone's saying audio is good now.
Okay. Why don't you catch up?
It wouldn't be a typical My Life in Gaming stream if there wasn't sound issues right off the bat.
Go is still saying turn try up a hair and lower mic a tad.
Just a tad.
Try, can you take a peek at the RT4K PCB and So I will tell you, if you don't mind, I'll just answer this. It's a great question. There is the clown. I wish I had one on me, but there is a clown PCB on the top, which you've seen in all the pictures I posted on Twitter. But there's actually a thermal vent on the bottom of the enclosure, so you can look into the enclosure. And I realized there wasn't a clown there, so you can't see the clown from outside. I actually made a revision just for the production version to put a smaller clown so you can see the clown through the vents. So that's my dedication right there.
Oops, I might have made myself too loud now.
All right. Well, whatever, you know. Like that's fun. So
it's a weird stream.
Yeah.
Weird setup for this stream. But yeah, so is everyone think audio is pretty good now? Good now?
I guess.
All right. So anyway, what's actually interesting about what I'm showing right now? So this is just a RGB modded SNES Junior. We should very soon have the new Voltar Super Nintendo mods. My Super Famicom should be coming back to me soon, but that's not what we're looking at here. But I expect it would look much the same, if not exactly the same.
It's pretty good. So I've been bouncing ideas with him for a while on that, and there's been, if you know what you're looking for, you can tell a difference. But there's been times when I forgot that it was one of the old 3 chips, and I think, I think it's going to make a lot of people very happy, and I think it's really going to reduce the pressure on getting those one chippers.
Yeah,
it looks real good from what I've seen.
But I see someone asking, is SNES Junior sharper than a 1 chip? A Junior is a 1 chip. It's just that it doesn't natively have RGB. What I wanted to show here, Firebrand X also has one of these prototypes that's floating around out there. And, if anyone remembers, he's the madman that, did so many FrameMeister profiles and OSSC profiles and probably RetroTINK 5X profiles. I'm actually not sure the extent that he did those. I'm sure he did.
I indirectly. So on the 5X had a bunch of built-in profiles, and I basically cribbed the Firebrand OSSC profiles to try to figure out all the console settings. So in that sense, it's definitely there's definitely a lot of Firebrand embedded in it. Otherwise, there's no way I would have been able to figure out all that data by myself.
Oh yeah, he's pretty crazy about getting that stuff right. So he's got one of these, and he's already at work, and this just blew me away that. There's in the RGB ADC menu, you've got an auto calibration, which is very similar. That's actually kind of nice because then you don't have to sort through which the profiles on the 5X. You just can kind of do that automatically, and then you can make some manual adjustments with, I believe, he said the main things that someone might have to do to their setup might introduce something that's different from his setup would be the decimation phase or the sub phase, I think.
Yeah, so basically the way it worked, you could load up a profile for say a SNES, and then of course everyone has their own cables and their consoles are slightly different, so you just run the auto phase and the auto gain on a reasonable picture with brightness, and then that should basically calibrate it out. You're really, really super careful. You might want to touch up the sub phase a little bit by hand. A lot of times you don't need to do that.
Yeah, because I'm not very. I always just gave up on the OSSC when because I mean I've told you before I tend to be a generic 4:3 guy on the OSSC and the RetroTINK 5X just because it's it's the correct aspect ratio. I don't mind a little horizontal softness or anything, but and I was playing around with it a little bit manually here, but then I loaded up. He actually designed this profile for RGB modded NES, and I was well, Super Nintendo should be basically the same, but I didn't expect to load it up and there's just zero issues. There's no stray flickering pixels. There's nothing where it shouldn't be. It's just like, it's perfect. Now, I know he came back to me and was like, "Oh, made some dumb mistakes. I gotta fix this or that." And I'm like, I don't know. I'm not seeing it. He did a great job, but this is the only profile of his that I have right now in terms of, Firebrand X, as people know, likes to go for the pixel perfect look. So,
And the cool thing is that even, and this is not to basically not to downplay what Firebrand X has done. If you don't even want to do that, at 4K on a lot of consoles, you can just run it in generic 4.3 and it'll still be extremely sharp.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, I haven't noticed in the menu here if there, like, I haven't seen it presented in the same way that is in the 5X. Like, does it say generic 4.3 somewhere, or?
Basically, all you do is go to the ADC. Go to the ADC.
Okay.
And just the ADC menu. Sorry.
Yeah.
And basically set the decimation factor to 1.
Oh, okay. And so right now it's at 5 of 8.
The decimation factor right now it's 8. So
Okay,
basically it's equivalent of 341 samples, which is the SNES. If you set that to decimation factor to 1, that's basically high resolution generic sampling.
But it still looks real sharp.
Yeah, right. I mean, on a lot of consoles, it looks generic sampling is already really, really good. So, if you just don't want to deal with that at all, that you don't have to. But if you want to chase that extra bit of sharpness, I mean, you have that option as well.
Right. And so,
were you able to carry over a lot of like stuff that you did on the 5X, like
Definitely.
pretty easily?
I mean, yeah, I mean, definitely a lot of this was based on the stuff I learned from the 5X, and it goes the other way around. A lot of 5X stuff over the past year just came from research that I did here.
So did you ever imagine this is what you were going to do? I mean, was it? I feel like it probably started out as like, hey, I'm just going to mess around with it for a minute, and then
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly how it started. Is I'm just gonna mess around with it and see where it goes, and then we were all the way at 4K one day. So,
well, I mean, the funniest thing about it is, like, you started off as like you were the one making the humble scaler, right?
I still think it's. I mean, okay. I mean, I still think in a lot of. I realize the ridiculousness of saying this, but in a lot of ways, it's still a humble scaler compared to, say, like, professional grade. I don't even know what the brands are, like a Lumagen or an Extron. I mean, now that's like real big iron professional stuff, right? And in a lot of ways, what we do in the gaming world is still pretty humble, but just kind of tuned for gaming.
By the way, the delay that you're seeing between the stream and or between the direct capture and the camera is just that's the output lag from my camera. That's just,
if you're using a GH6, if you turn off the option for audio over HDMI, it makes it so it's slightly less laggy.
Oh, really?
Not that you should do it right now.
Yeah,
but I'm just saying, like,
yeah. What was I going to say? But you can actually see in several menus. Oh, and actually, I need to change it so you can see the lag. However, on HDMI output, I should
That's
go back.
so interesting.
I should go back to set gen lock.
Yeah. The gen lock.
I guess that for whatever reason, I guess that's what was set in Firebrand's profile that I loaded. So now if I go to this screen, this screen, now you can see what the lag is. And usually I actually see it even lower than that. I don't know what all factors impact it.
It depends on the scaling. So depending on how the image is moved with respect, like if it's zoomed in or zoomed out, or if it's cropped up or down, you might need a little bit more or less buffer, and it just dynamically calculates based on all the settings, and it figures out, okay, this is the least amount of lines it has to buffer to make everything work.
Right.
But I mean, to me, anything like under 4 or 5 milliseconds, or even half a frame, to me is like just probably most cases, I'm sure the Soul might upset someone, or I'm sure someone might disagree. But I'd say for most people, I think that's completely okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is like, you might want to add additional features like black frame insertion, or you use wireless controllers or something like that. That has, then just a little bit more lag actually can make an impact once you've already added these other features that do use lag. And since I do have on my TV here, I do have black frame insertion, but I'm not using it on the stream tonight because I'll show you. It's kind of interesting. If you use black frame insertion, you will get, which I just turned it on.
Turn on that BFI.
Yeah, see, I've got the OLED Motion Pro that you see there. That's the BFI. Interestingly, I guess maybe this camera doesn't detect it, which is good to know. Like, it always happens with my phone. When I use my phone with black frame insertion,
It might do it on the recorded file, actually, though, but it might be fine like this.
well, but it has a black line that goes through it, just like on a CRT, just like you see the refresh line on a CRT. But I'm going to turn it off for the stream because there's no reason to have it on during the stream. Yeah. But I will say, like, one of the biggest things, and I'm not going to show it on the stream just because it'll cause complications with capture, but on HDMI output, you have HDR and deep color options, which I can't believe how much control, because once you turn that on, you go to image processing. Instead of this like gamma linear light section, you'll have a gamma and HDR nits control, and you have a huge amount of control over the nits that you're outputting, and it basically cancels out the darkness deficit or the brightness deficit that you get from adding either scan lines or CRT mask effects and black frame insertion. You can make it feel basically as bright as anything else. So that is like I've literally had to like go into my TV menu and double check, like, is black frame insertion on? Because like I don't even perceive like the flicker anymore with that HDR offset.
That's really cool, because I mean I haven't used the black frame insertion on my C8 just because it makes the picture so dark. I mean, I get the appeal of it, but I mean there's just no reason for me to use it because it's so dark. So I'm wondering if it will make it completely usable on that TV.
I think there's like, as long as your game is 60 frames per second instead of 30, I think there's no reason not to. Do you want to maybe catch up a little bit on Super Chess?
That's exactly what I was just gonna say.
I want to switch to showing some composite video stuff.
Okay. And someone was saying, are you going to show some of the CRT modes?
Well, you know what?
Now you're going to show that. You're going to show plenty of that stuff.
Yes, and in fact, why don't I go ahead and show a little bit of it now?
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to just go through these before I get so far behind. I told everybody in the chat that I don't want to interrupt.
I'll not talk a lot about what I'm doing here.
Okay.
While you go through that, unless there's a question we need to answer.
Right. There's $2 from Justin Sisson. Thank you. Saying, hey, let's all give $2 for no reason. It'll be great. Thank you. There was $1.99 from Guy Safari saying, that was asking, how does the RetroTINK 4K taste? And I mean, Mike would know better than I would. He says that it probably tastes like a pepperoni roll or
Sounds
like pepperoni bread. I mean, I imagine it tasting like maybe like a Twix bar or something. There's also $10 from Eric Fleener. Thank you. Saying, Try, can you take a peek at the we've already talked about this, the RetroTINK 4K PCB, and let us know if it has large clown emoji on it. This is very important information needs to be shared. And there's a clown on it and there's a clown underneath, but you had to, Mike, you said you needed to make it so that you had to change the size of it or something. So
yeah, I noticed that you couldn't see the clown from the outside because it's covered by the case, right? But the case has thermal vents on the bottom. So I went back and actually made a revision for production where I put a smaller clown right where you could see it through the case.
Like, how did that even happen? How did that become a thing? Like, I know that you just use emoji for different things, and stupid.
It's kind of my way to just remind everyone, or just to say, hey, we're all playing games. Let's have fun. Let's not take ourselves too seriously, because sometimes there is that tendency in this space, and I don't want to make this too dark, is that like people get upset and it's just relax. We're all playing games. It's cool. Yep. Don't forget that.
It's video games.
Yeah, exactly.
We're not saving lives.
Not saving lives, and we don't want to get personal attacks, and it's all cool. People have different preferences.
Yeah,
it's all good.
Yeah, and I mean that's like what we like to do. Is like we just like to talk about things that we're excited about, and show things that we're excited about.
So obviously, I mean, I'll let you keep catching up, but obviously, like, the scan line effect is just like, it's going to look really dark and not really show up clearly on the direct capture feed, especially because it's 4K and I'm only capturing and streaming at 1080p, and 2, streams and web video just don't translate scan lines unless they're zoomed way in, which is why I'm using the camera. So.
Yeah, it looks like you have one of those BVM style scanline filters on right now.
So I really like the one that I've generally gravitated toward is this one, Aperture Grill Dense RGB. And I also like to I actually have the bilinear sharp. I actually have typically gone for the bilinear soft, just because I think that gives it. I mean, looking here, like, it looks like the visible difference that you're seeing on stream is fairly small, but I just like how, like, because I feel like if you're going for a CRT look, like, lean into it, right? So whenever I'm doing the CRT effects, I typically so far have preferred bilinear soft, with the exception of Genesis, because I thought it was too soft for Genesis, or Genesis Composite, that is. Genesis RGB is another matter, but Genesis Composite is too soft. But I want to show you in a bit. I cannot believe some of the things I was seeing with Genesis Composite that I was testing out just before the stream. Are you kind of? You still got more super chats to catch up on, Coury?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I hope somebody makes a RetroTINK C- rated style CRT.
the C- Toshiba.
Yeah,
there's lots. I mean, here, while you catch up on super chats, I'll. And by the way, you can create your own masks. In fact, I played around with it a little bit myself. You can make masks of various sizes, so it doesn't have to be like a dense filter like this one. You can make them 16 by 16, so like a coarser version of this filter. A coarser version of that filter looks like that. So that would be like a lower line count aperture grill, if you were more into that.
So there was $2 from Dion R. Saying that the RetroTINK 4K tastes like turducken. Thank you. There was $10 from Joshua Helmicke. Thank you. Saying, Mike, please allow for an HDMI input so we can make room for line doublers like the OSSC. I have my OSSC linked up to my Cristalio VPS 3800. Why no HDMI on your scalers yet? And there is an HDMI scaler.
That's like I said. So this got here on Wednesday, and literally up until like an hour and a half before the stream started, I hadn't even connected anything analog to it because I was excited about the HDMI because that's new, right? Like that, like I haven't, there was an HDMI input on the FrameMeister, but it wasn't very useful. Like there's so many cool things you could do with the HDMI, and I'm trying to talk Mike into even more features so we can do even crazier.
Yeah, to restore badly done game ports.
That's what I want. Like you can actually do a lot to improve image quality on games that don't have too bad of image quality. For like retro style games and stuff. But there's a few, I think if you implemented just a few more things, we could fix a lot more games. I think it would be really cool.
There's $2 from Nima Moshiri. Thank you.
Yeah, my good friend Nima.
Yeah. I recognize that name. I just never said it out loud before. Hopefully I pronounced it correctly. Saying, keep up the awesome work, Mike. You're killing it.
Thank you, Nima, for your support.
On this screen, the modulation, am I correct in believing that only applies to the exponential scan lines?
That's a good question. There's three main settings. The function, it's just basically the shape of the scan line. How fast it goes from bright to dark, basically, and what shape it does. Strength is the overall of the beam, and modulation basically controls how much smaller that beam gets when the image gets darker. So if you look at a real CRT, right. You'll see that when the image gets dark, the beam gets really thin. So the modulation just controls how strong that effect is.
Okay, because I only
Cool.
the effect was only like super noticeable to me, with the exponential. That's the one I've mostly been using. I've mostly been using
exponential and Gaussian are pretty similar to like standard a standard CRT. Some of the other stuff, I think linear might be good for emulating a BVM. But one of the things that I'm actually excited about, and I say this to be honest because I'm kind of a lazy bum, is I'm really looking forward to people playing with this and coming up with their own settings because I'm honestly not as good as probably a lot of the people out there. I can make the kit, but making it do something is something different. There's also red bleed, which kind of emulates how the reds in a Trinitron spread out more than the other colors. I'm not sure if it's completely there yet, but it kind of does that. And then misconvergence is exactly what it sounds like. You can actually make the beams offset from each other. Which I think just a little bit of it actually does help with the realism.
Yes, 100%. Like, okay, so I'll turn them to 0 now. And, it looks good, but I think I really like just about 3, between 2 and 4 is, I think, the sweet spot. And, it kind of makes sort of a little bit of a reddish or greenish edge. It depends on the color that is on screen. But it makes it feel that much more real. Like I really like with the CRT effects. I like not really shooting for like perfectionism with it, right?
Right. And I think if you look at some of the scanline effects that you see online, like there's like I don't even know how to describe it, but there's like an inverse L shape. There's a structure of it, and a lot of that is just due to how the beams don't converge exactly.
There's also this horizontal blur, which is interesting. As far as I can tell, it seems to almost emulate how, I see this a lot on like my PVMs sometimes, where like if there's like especially if it's like maybe kind of a lower fidelity cable, like if there's something bright against darkness, like it almost makes this like bleed that like streaks horizontally across the screen, if that makes sense.
Yep, that's exactly right. It's emulating analog loss in an analog system.
It's hard to see the effect until you like really crank that number a lot higher, and then you can like kind of switch back and forth. At first, I didn't notice I think I told you, I was like, I think that interpolation should be on the image processing menu, because at first I thought this was the only way to do a horizontal, any horizontal blur adjustment. But then I saw the back out here on this, where we've got the bilinear soft standard and stuff. So I like that soft. I feel like that, like I say, if you're going for a CRT look, I think it makes sense to lean into it.
I mean, just thinking of all this stuff, is this even things that you'd never even considered before until you like had the option to do this stuff?
Me or Mike?
Yeah, no, Mike. Sorry, I'm sorry. I need to start saying Mike.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a lot of this. Okay, so first of all, I'll kind of rewind and just say that in a lot of ways, what we're doing in the FPGA world for real hardware is probably like several years behind what people have been doing in the emulator world for like RetroArch and whatnot. Because GPUs are far more powerful than any FPGA we're gonna put in this stuff. And GPUs are much easier to program for, so you have a lot more activity there. So definitely, I've taken a lot of inspiration from that side, and a lot of it, yeah, you're right. It's just me sitting there thinking, gosh, if I didn't have a $10 FPGA on the 5X, what else could I throw in? And that's where we are. That's where we are.
I got a whole bunch more to catch up on here. Let's see. There's $5 from Jonathan Hinson. Thank you. Saying, hey, Mike, been on Team Tink since the Pi Hat through the RetroTINK 5X and everything in between. Thanks for everything, bud.
Oh, thank you. I mean, it's really guys like you that make all this possible, so I really appreciate that.
There was $4.99 from Dan Hendricks saying, so cool to see Mike on. Excited for the new device. Yeah,
thank you.
I think when you first mentioned that, you wanted to send one, Troy said, oh, this is, I say it's going to be the game of the year, even though it's not a game.
No, the game of the year is going to be 240p Test Suite.
Yes. That's good. Should be the game of the year every year, honestly.
Yeah, pretty much.
There was $5 from Bones. Thank you. And I think that this was Bones' first super chat.
Oh.
Saying, would an internal HDMI mod really offer a noticeable benefit over using Carby with the Tink 4X? I hear the Xbox does. Thank you, Mike.
You mean using? Oh, I mean Carby versus an internal GameCube mod, no difference.
Yeah. I got a lot of mileage out of the Carby playing GBI. Actually, that's pretty much all I use my GameCube for. And Carby outputting from the GBI scaled up with 4K with the LCD effects is pretty. Actually, that's probably my favorite use case right now.
Mm.
I actually, believe it or not, it's still not done.
Look at that. That's crazy.
Any 480p stuff, just because there's so much. That's good.
It's overwhelming.
Yes, there's so much to test. So this is an unmodified NES with composite video. So let's see.
You even kind of get a little bit of the jitter happening in there.
Well, I mean, yeah, because that's native.
It's native to it.
To the signal.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, so.
I like to, if you don't mind, I'll just talk a little bit about the jitter, because I think I get this question a lot, and it happens in capture and play. Like, why do you see this weird shimmer every few seconds? That's because the composite artifact, unless you're using genlock or frame lock, gets duped or repeated, so that causes that discontinuity. So if you want to get rid of that effect, you have to be capturing or playing in genlock or frame lock, so that each frame is actually one frame. And it's actually come up a lot with the 5X, and it's kind of a fundamental thing with composite video.
So I was testing this out, and I at first I was like, is this too good for composite? Because it's sometimes when people actually are choosing to use composite, it's they kind of want to be a little dirtier, I think, almost,
I mean, I think that
you can go to the SDP decoder menu, and you could turn off the comb filter and see how you like that.
Right. So that's what I wanted to show. So if you go to the notch filter, I feel like that's like more typically what you're
Yeah.
used to NES looking like.
Yeah, that's like an old school, a very old school primitive TV.
And then there's also the 2D fixed, which don't let's not spoil it yet, but I was kind of like, how the heck is that even possible when I looked at the Genesis with that? Because I don't know if that's actually what it's intended for, but I was kind of shocked. Now, you know what's actually interesting? I wonder if it could be my camera frame rate. I wonder if it's the output rate of the camera, because you see that typical composite jitter, right?
Yeah.
And we're seeing that on the camera feed. I don't see it on my TV. When I'm like just looking at I'm looking at my TV, looking at Luigi on my TV, I don't see that jitter happening. Or maybe I just don't see it from this far away, but I don't, like, it looks kind of surreally clean, like just looking at it. Because I did not notice this jitter when I was testing it before.
Mm-hmm.
But again, that's typical composite stuff. Now, also, like, okay, so like, let's say you want to look more like what you're used to NES composite looking like you would like turn on that notch filter, and then I would also say maybe don't use the bilinear soft, maybe use like the standard or something like that, and then you start to bring back a lot of that kind of that rainbowy look to it. You know, and that's like starting to look very much like how composite is more likely to look on
and
a
that's
CRT.
really when the stream, like the scan lines, like on the full sized version, you really start to get some issues with like the compression.
You'll also see like when we're on the notch filter, like this is very typical of NES, like along like straight lines like that post, you'll see like kind of this sawtooth effect. Yep. And if you go back into the decoder and turn it on to one of these game focused, you'll see that that dark line is much, it has a much straighter look to it. And like you look at like these dots, I always like, these singular sort of dots in like the sand and like Mario 2 or Kirby's Adventure, I feel like are always really good to kind of get an idea of like relative quality. And again, I don't see it except on the camera feed. Like I don't see that jitter except on the camera feed. It's really weird. How?
Yeah, it's probably because the camera itself is doing a frame rate conversion, because the camera is not synced to the TV or the NES.
Right, because it's doing that 60.1 like the console is.
Exactly.
And the TV's not doing that. So I think what it is it's a just that like 0.1 frames off is why it's happening, because I do not perceive it that way on the TV. I wonder if I turned on triple buffering, if I would see it on the TV.
If you turn on triple buffering, you probably see it on the TV as well, but it wouldn't. It might make it worse on the camera, or it might not make a difference.
Yeah, I'm just curious why, because I didn't expect to see that difference. But like it's like, if you were to just look at this, like it's just looking at it on the TV, it's like it's not as far removed from RGB as you would think. I mean, it's among the best that I have so far seen composite look. Especially if I go on like to put it on that but you do see when you move, you will see like, especially like in the in like the hills, like if you move back and forth, those wavy lines, you do see a little bit of that composite artifacting, but like it hides, you have extreme latitude to control just how much composite artifacts you're seeing, I think. It, like, for all I know, I mean, honestly, like, you could have implemented a lot of the same stuff on the 5X, but I didn't extensively test composite stuff, like, after we did, like, the initial review, kind of. So I know that the composite was pretty good on it, but there's I'm pretty impressed revisiting it here. It's
Why don't you pop in like a Genesis thing? Because there's people asking for some 3D games. I have like so many super chats, and there's like
go ahead and catch up on Super Chess. I'm going to show you some Genesis composite.
Yep.
And I'll start play because I need to get to the spotlights and Streets of Rage 1.
Okay.
So you catch up on Super Chess while I do
Yep.
that.
Yep. Shadow Mask has been a member for 27 months in a row. It says, was an analog VGA output for PC CRTs ever considered, or is it just easier to use a cheap HDMI to VGA DAC?
Honestly, it's easier to use a cheap HDMI to VGA DAC because the VGA, there's been a lot of issues sourcing good HDMI to component, but the HDMI to VGA DACs tend to be super reliable. Mm-hmm. So yeah, if there's a need to do that's definitely an option, but to add it natively on this thing would probably add a lot of cost. Not so much in materials, but it would add a lot of development time. Because outputting and downscaling is actually very different from upscaling.
Yeah, I can't wait to show the downscaling stuff.
Yeah.
Later.
So there's $10 from 60 FPS. Thank you.
Ooh.
Saying any options for constantly subtly sliding the image around, or do you think the pixel shift option already built in to LG OLEDs does this well enough on its own?
That's a funny story. The LG Pixel Shift is pretty good. It drove me crazy because it was basically making me think my scaler was misbehaving. I didn't realize that was a built-in function of LG.
Yeah,
so
I actually I've had it honestly turned off for a while now because like I have a hard time believing that it's actually going to reduce the amount because like if it's moving just a pixel or two, like the adjacent pixels are going to be very similar pixels, right?
Yeah.
So I kind of turned it off because like I would get all these situations where I would see like if I'm shooting a close up of the screen, like I would actually see it shift and I didn't notice and it looks annoying in the B-roll. Or like you're saying, like why is the scaler? Why is this looking uneven? Because I told you that I was seeing a situation where like the scan lines were uneven. I think it might have been a TV setting.
Yeah, that same thing happened to me, and then I always had to go back to just capturing. I just learned to not trust the TV. But to answer the original question, I'm not sure I have time to do it right this instant, but adding a manual slider with maybe a bigger range is probably something that I probably do. I can see myself doing a little bit later down the road.
Mm-hmm.
Inverting the scanline effects. I mean,
I gotta catch up on so many of these. I know that you want to show this stuff, but let me just like catch up for a minute. Just play the game a little bit.
Okay.
Play the game for a minute. I just got so many up here. I just got to go. There was $10 from EB Chill 2. Thank you. Saying, when using the 4K on a PS3, do you think setting the PS3 to 480p and upscaling it to 4K would make the games run smoother, or is 1080p the way to go? Bless you, Mike, and everyone here.
Thank you very much.
I'm assuming that like it would make games run better. I think John Linneman covered that in his like his 1080p PS3 series of videos, where games like if they're set to 1080p, they just like a lot of games will run worse.
I think the answer. I mean, so first of all, full disclosure, PS2s are. I'm too old for PS2, so I'm sorry, PS3. So I'm already kind of like talking nonsense. But I think the best setting to do is set. I think 1080p might not. A lot of games might not run in 1080p. It might be upscaled by the GPU, so it makes no sense to do that.
Right.
Just output the native resolution that the game was playing and let the TINK upscaling.
So wait, what was the question? Was the question should you output PS3 at 1080p if the game is not native 1080p?
It's like it comes down to some games won't even run at 1080p anyways. Like they just the PS3 outputs games at like their native resolution. And there's some games that run in 1080p, like they run in that mode. But if you set the system to 720p, they'll just run better.
I can show later, hopefully, maybe I can show one like the Arc System Works games like Hardcore Uprising or or Persona 4 Arena, because those are really great examples because of their 720p pixel art. They're really good examples of why outputting native 720p, and actually, because most screens that say they're 720p aren't actually 720p. It's you so rarely actually can see what those games are really supposed to look like. And also, it's really hard to see the game because my camera's in the way.
Yeah. Okay, so there was $9.99 from V. Thank you. Saying, one thing I want to know was using this with systems like the Xbox 360, PS3, and Wii U. And Try's been doing that constantly the last several days.
Yeah, well, I have not I've not tested any 480p stuff yet, but I have done 720p stuff. So I haven't done like the Wii yet, but maybe we'll do the Wii Live or Dreamcast.
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways, and you said that like that's the stuff you're most excited about. I think that like you and I are most excited about that because it's new. It's like something that we have not been able to do this well with anything else.
Right.
And that's what makes it exciting, Obviously, like it does a great job with analog systems, but like like not using like overlays like this. I think Mike, you said like as you're upscaling stuff, like you're gonna be upscaling all the noise too that comes.
Yeah.
With, like, native.
So you see the noise in more detail as well. Which some people, that's exactly what some people are after.
Yeah.
I mean, I was testing PS2 just before the stream, and it was with an S video cable. It's a really noisy S video cable, unfortunately. But I saw no noise with that SCART cable I was using on the Super Nintendo at the start. Like with Firebrand X's profile, like it was perfect.
There was Master Safer has been a member for 3 months in a row.
Wow.
And he says, I will lick feet for a RetroTINK 4K. Hit me up, Mike.
Oh, sorry. I didn't quite catch that. Will
Master Safer, or Cypher, said that he'll lick feet for the RetroTINK.
Not sure how to respond to that, but I appreciate his dedication. Thank you.
There's also $19.99 from Robert Hernandez. Thank you. Saying, Mike, can you confirm the versions of HDMI supported on the input and output of the 4K? Curious to know whether bandwidth would be sufficient when connecting modern AV receivers as an HDMI switch or HDMI-capable console.
The HDMI input is 1.4, so that's 165 megahertz, 1080p. The HDMI output is HDMI 2 4K. So I think adding an HDMI 2 4K capable input would to the cost astronomically. Remember, keep in mind the goal of this product still is to retro sources or retro-ish sources. So 1080p, I mean, you guys, I'm sure we're going to disagree because we're getting old, and in 5 years the story's going to change. But still, as of now, 1080p is kind of like pushing the edge of what retro is.
Yeah, I agree.
I can definitely imagine this device sitting behind a more modern 4K switcher or a 4K receiver. You don't want this guy to be in the final chain.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think that people that are going to use it, like they're going to be using it with HDMI 1.4. Like there's no reason to run like a PS4 Pro.
Right, exactly.
Like, why would you be doing that unless it just is there an option for pass through on the input?
No, it can't pass through HDMI 2 because basically to pass it through, I think would also require some pretty complicated hardware. HDMI 2 signals are complicated beasts to work with.
Right, but I mean, what about even like 1.4? Can you just like pass it through, just like untouched?
In theory, yes. But that would require a little bit reworking of the architecture because right now all the input signals are collected and have to go through the scaler. So you can pass it through, but you'd have to basically say, I want to set the output resolution of the TINK to equal to input resolution on the HDMI side. So that could be added. An automatic function to do that could be added, but I'm not sure like when if I'll have time to do that.
Let me just real quickly kind of explain what my workaround for that is. What I'm using is a mechanical HDMI switcher. And I'm connecting that to the monitor 2 from my receiver. Not right now since I'm streaming it, but normally I'm using it from the monitor 2. It goes into this mechanical switcher. The other end of that switcher connects to the input, HDMI input of the RetroTINK. And all I do for that mechanical switcher, the other end is connected to nothing. So I just push the button, and then my AV receiver is blind to the fact that there is a device in the chain that can't accept HDMI 2.1. So my PS5, Xbox Series X, PS4 Pro, Xbox One X, they can use 4K video, they can use 4K 160, they can use VRR. Although I think you can input VRR, right?
Not yet. I actually haven't figured out how to make VRR work on the input. That's
Okay.
been
But it can on the output.
It can flag. So I want to be a little bit careful when I say VR. It can flag the output as VRR, but as we all know, these consoles weren't really VRR. They were always outputting at a constant refresh rate.
But a weird
so the VR,
one.
it's just
Right.
yeah. So the VR is just kind of a way to fool the TV and to say, hey, I'm going to give you something really weird, and you're just going to take it.
Yeah. Can I? How far from caught up are you, Corey?
I mean, show the thing you want.
I want to show the thing. So this blew me away. This is not necessarily desirable, but I was like shocked that this is even possible. And again, for all I know, you could have made this possible with like later updates on the 5X. But like, okay, so we've got the spotlight here. You know, everyone knows that the spotlight is dithered on RGB. Composite, composite blends it together, right? But then you have, if you turn on either the 2D fix, not the notch, but this 2D adaptive, that's what I was using on NES. I thought that looked best for NES. But on Genesis, like, it actually, like, quote unquote, fixes it. And I had no idea this was even possible to, like, restore that from the Genesis.
That's pretty wild.
From the Genesis signal, like that dither is like not that far off from how it looks with RGB. Like that, like Genesis RGB is like so infamous for being it's so bad that they actually utilize it in the design of the graphics, right? Mm-hmm. And I could
That's pretty wild. I wouldn't have expected to see that at all.
I mean, I don't really know what the difference between 2D fixed and 2D adaptive is.
Basically, 2D adaptive tries to analyze the image and figure out if it should use a comb filter or notch filter depending on content. 2D fixed just always uses a comb filter, which is not always appropriate. But it does do interesting things.
Yeah, that really surprised me. So, like, what's interesting, like, okay, so like if I were to go up toward like the time and the life bar bits, they look a little crunchy here with our composite video. And I'm on 2D adaptive. Notch filter, they actually maybe, I don't know. It's hard to say which looks better between notch filter and that for that. But then fixed, that's the one where the dither comes back in on the spotlight. You can also see kind of some dotting patterns up along the railing at the top of the bar there, and some dots along the life bar and under the time word, but then the others don't show those. So there's I guess my point is it's really surprising the control you have over customizing the composite quality. Like you definitely have a lot of control over it, and also there's this sharpness slider on the composite processing as well, which that can restore a fair bit of clarity, but also add some noise.
Definitely.
But like with it all the way down, like you almost can't even see like Blaze's eye there. But you turn it up a bit, and her eye starts to become more apparent. I'll turn it back on 2D adaptive, I think, probably. And then like, again, normally I've been going with bilinear soft, but I think here perhaps soft might be maybe a little too much with the Genesis composite, and then something more like the Sharp. I don't know. Like, I mean, there's just there's so many ways. I was just really shocked by that. I was like, how the heck is it actually restoring that dither pattern? Again, you're not supposed to see it, but the fact that like the Tink was able to access that in the signal just like blew my mind. And then that dither looks so clear.
Okay, play something with a better signal. I think people are sick of looking at composite.
We've probably got enough composite.
All right, so I'm going to catch up on some more here. There is $5 Canadian from Professor GLX. Thank you. Saying, nice to see the RetroTINK 4K being displayed live. Great work, Mike. Looking forward to the day that it's available. I think everybody.
I appreciate that.
There was also $2 from Joshua Helmicke. Thank you. Saying, can we rotate into Tate mode with this scaler? Does it have like an option to like rotate if you wanted to? I mean, that's anyway. So it doesn't.
That's a good question. So I guess I've been screaming for a long time that it's impossible, but I guess as of yesterday, I basically got it working. There's still some cleanup. There's always some cleanup, but now it's possible. There's no limitations, which I'll probably discuss later, but I don't think it actually matters for any of us playing arcade games. Mm-hmm. But yes, you can rotate 90 degrees clockwise and 90 degrees counterclockwise now.
I feel like that's the story of like all of this stuff is like I didn't think it was possible, then I figured it out.
No, I always like to be hyper conservative.
Yeah.
Until not to me, nothing's done until it's actually done. And honestly, this rotation stuff is kind of like pushing it for me because it's not super done, but it's the hard work's basically there.
Yeah.
I mean this in a respectful and loving way, but there's like 10 people that always flood my mentions about rotation, and I got frustrated. So now it's done. Don't want to hear about it anymore. I hope they can play their Tate games.
I guess that's like the moral of the story. Just like, ask the question enough times, and eventually
it'll get done.
It'll get done. Just so you can say they'll go away. There was $5 from Ariel Mendoza. Thank you.
Good to see you, Ariel.
I just want to give the shout out that Mike is one of the best guys to work with, and his work is a love letter to all of retro gaming.
Thank you so much. I honestly wouldn't be doing this if this wasn't such a great place to be. So, thank you for making all this possible.
There is another $4.99 from V, saying another thing I thought of. It maybe trying a PS5 or Xbox Series X at 1080p upscaled with a CRT filter. I mean, all the stuff you can do, but no, like that. Those are HDMI. Well, but HDMI it's backwards compatible, so it would. You would just only be able to. It would automatically default to 1080p 60 if you plugged it in, because they would detect the HDMI 1.4 input.
Yeah, I still need to figure out exactly what the best way to handle that is, but in a worst case, so it comes with a remote, and there's a button that says 1080p, so you can push it, and it'll go immediately to 1080p or 720p or 480p. So you have instant access to any of these resolutions, and there's also a panic button on the remote that if you press and hold, it'll go to like 480p safe mode with like all the super conservative settings. If you mess up, it's no big deal. You can always recover.
There was $5 from Fenris Wolf Retro, good friend of ours, saying three handsome men.
He's a great guy.
RetroTINK 4K. Looking forward to the RetroTINK MLiG video, and keep up the amazing work, Mike. Also, Coury.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you for being my friend.
Also, Coury, are we getting Dragon Wang in 4K? I mean, Try could probably play Dragon Wang on the Mister. Thought he had the Mister hooked up there.
I could if I could figure out with the way that I wired things up for the stream why I'm not seeing the Mister.
Oh. All right, well, we saw the.
Turn it on.
Well, in that case, I'll continue on.
Please do.
All right. There's $10 from Koala Koa. Thank you. Saying, when are we getting the $10 FPGA shirts with Esquire's design?
Those shirts are actually already in the wild. You can get them. You can get them now.
For real?
For real. There's shoot. I had It's on my Twitter. I reposted it, but yeah, I have a good friend of mine is making these, and they are out in the wild.
You just did an interview with, I assume he's talking about 8-Bit Esquire. Is that you did an interview?
Yep.
With...
Yeah, 8-Bit Esquire is a good friend of mine, and he and I had a really long chat, just two guys talking and about just kind of the history of the Tinks. So yeah, he's been a good supporter of ours. A great, funny guy.
All right. Gaming Blows has been a member for 34 months. Saying, whoa, that's Mike. Weird seeing him in real life. I think of him as a pixely rabbit or whatever.
You're not the only one. It's good to it's good to hear from you, Gaming Blows. I think you're probably not the only person that thinks of me as a pixelated rabbit, and that's completely cool. So it's thanks for your support.
I mean, I always love the little rabbit animation and the about the about section.
Oh yeah, that was my wife. My wife said we need to have a Christmas celebration, and then she actually made it, and then I got it into the page.
Yeah, and but it's just like, even like the new version, it still has like an animation there, like new firmware updates.
The latest firmware still has it. It's just like it's a pixelated rabbit, and the bounces. It took me a long time to figure out how to make the bounce look good, and in the end, the solution was just to put a random delay in it. And so every time you look at it, it's different.
That's fine.
Why am I having a brain fart about where setting the output mode for the VGA output is?
Is it the V-scale mode?
No. Like where do I set like YPVPR?
Oh,
I'm like I feel like I've done this setting a million times. I'm looking at these. I'm like, I don't know which one it is.
yeah, I feel like there's a
like I have not seen it.
Is it direct video? No, direct video is just for the.
Direct video over HDMI works, I think, and that's kind of the preferred way to connect to Mister. Direct video over over VGA or YPBR analog also works.
That's super cool. That'll make it a lot more palatable for people using. They have like a digital I/O board. They'll only have that for analog.
So I've not tried the direct video mode, but. So actually, we're right now we're actually looking at the direct Mister feed, but let me show you what I've been doing with Mister on it, which is part of what I think is so exciting. If I could remember what buttons to push to make the things go in the right thing.
So the direct video mode, it's like a data mode, right? Like it's like sending like the raw data, right?
Direct video basically sends the exact same resolution without scaling. It'll send basically 240p over the HDMI connection. So that's pretty good if you're using an external scaler.
That's really cool. While he's tooling around with that, let's see. There was 100 reals from Dan Vask. Sorry it took me so long to get around for like such a huge donation. Thank you so much. I hope you're still here. Saying, I owe my streaming setup to tons of MLiG videos plus the RetroTINK 5X. Can't wait for the RetroTINK 4K. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you. Dang. I hope. Oh, excellent. Oh, is it? Okay, Dan Vask is still here. I'm glad. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry, I keep on looking over here because computer's right here, camera's right there. There was $9.99 from John H. Saying super excited for this product. Thanks for the awesome stream. Well, thanks for watching. This is easily our biggest stream in a very long time.
Thank you for making it possible.
And I mean, I think that like we don't really advertise the streams as much as we used to. Like we used to put it on Twitter a whole bunch, but I don't. Once Twitter got rid of like their like third party apps, like I just like barely use it.
X or whatever it's called.
Yes.
That'll fix it. Okay, so here's what I am so excited about. Keep going, Coury. I'll load up a core here.
Okay. I mean, I've seen a lot of comments about the HDCP. Do we want to like talk about that, or should we wait until we get to the PS3?
We'll wait until we get to one of those systems, I guess.
I'll just say spoiler again. I have no answers, and I can't make any promises. And I want to make it very clear that I'm not cracking HDCP because I will get sued.
There was $5 from that one martini. That's all it takes is just one martini. Thank you. Random question for y'all. What's your favorite version of Super Mario Bros. 3? And if you played the e-reader levels, what do you think of them? I mean, I like the All-Stars version because that's the one I
Version of what?
Of Mario 3. What's your favorite version of Mario 3?
I like the Japanese Famicom version.
Ooh. Mike?
I like the original S version. I mean, that's just out of habit. But I'm good with any one except for that stupid GBA one with the sound effects. That drives me crazy. I can't play that.
Even with the e-readers, it doesn't is not enough. The e-reader,
no, I can't.
Levels are not enough.
I'll go insane listening to that
annoying
stuff.
Voices. Just what I needed. There's another $4.99 from V. Thank you. Wasn't that like a part of the promo for Metal Gear Solid 5 where it says V will come too? I wonder if that's a reference. But thank you. After seeing the composite, it's made me wonder about trying RF with an adapter on some hardware that only has RF. I'm sure you've tried it.
Yeah, I mean, I've tried it a few times. It depends. I think if you're near a lot of modern wireless stuff, it can get pretty noisy. Whereas if you're in a quiet place, it looks pretty close to regular old composite, especially since these consoles were super low res anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So, what I want to kind of show here, this is kind of the thing I've been focused on the most. So you might notice here on the Mister, I've got it set up with the 4x scale. I've got you can see there I've got V integer selected, and I've got interpolation video filter set. So it's, in other words, this image is already interpolated by the Mister, and it's a vertical integer scale. So we have the ability to downscale the incoming image, and I've made a whole bunch of profiles for this. So I put them in this folder. So basically anything that is pre-interpolated, already interpolated correctly by the source, correct aspect ratio at the source, and is, a 224 pixel tall game like Super Nintendo, Genesis, PC Engine. I count NES in that category as well. It's scaling that, and so you can see here how it's done is on the scaling and cropping. I've got a pre-scale. This is what I'm trying to talk Mike into adding even more granular detail so we can fix all the bad scaling games. But by default, it's 0, and it normally wouldn't be that big. The only reason it's that big is because I had already done these settings. So you can basically take this. And the reason it's saying 1079 is because I just did a top trim thing for reasons that I'm not going to bother to explain here. But imagine that saying 1080. So you do a half. That's not something that a lot of games are going to use, that 540. You do it again, 360. You might see, especially a lot of modern pixel art games, you might see 360. Or in the case of this 1080p output, it would say, if I didn't have that top trim -1, it would say 270. That would be 270 lines, but remember, we've got a 4x vertical scale on the actual incoming signal. So I've got this set where the scan lines are all in the correct place, and it's blown it up to fill the vertical space on the TV. So I've done this for 720p and 1080p. So anything that is properly scaled, this is for ideal scenarios. Integer vertical scale, correct aspect ratio horizontal, and already interpolated. You can turn any source. It doesn't matter if this is Mister. It doesn't matter if it's a Super NT or a Mega SG or a Nintendo Switch Online.
NES Classic.
Huh?
Or NES Classic?
Not NES Classic, because that doesn't have interpolation, but Super Nintendo Classic, yes. However, I've made a fix for NES Classic, and I'll show that. I can show that later. But this is this is the kind of stuff I've been messing with the most, and have just been so excited about. Is this so?
Some people are getting sick of a Nintendo focus, even though you just showed some Sega stuff.
Well,
Why don't you boot up a PS1 game?
On Mister?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
I don't know if I've set up that kind of controller on Mister. I could. I have not actually booted, but I'm sure it would work perfectly fine. I could use this profile with PS1.
Yeah.
I'm just showing Nintendo games because I like to use these for examples, because everyone knows what it's supposed to look like. You know what I mean? It's familiar. You know it's looking correct, right? But anyway.
Or just anything. Why don't you bust out the PS3 then?
Okay, sure. I'll do. Let me go get a game, because I've actually not done PS3 with this yet.
There was $2.49, not dollars, but euros from the Real OC Gamer. Thank you. Saying, does the 4K have a downscaling function? And it does, which I think is so cool. It takes all the hassle out of downscaling, to how it was downscaling on the 5X, because it's all built in.
So there is a downscaler. It works pretty similarly to the 5X, but of course with an HDMI input, it's much easier. So you don't have to get more converters. But basically what it does is it discards. So if you feed it 720p, you can throw away every 2 lines and keep one. Feed it 480p, you can keep every other line and output 240p. So that could be good for some of these classic consoles. Now, full disclosure, one of the things that the 5X has that the 4K doesn't, and I'm not sure if and when it'll happen because this is a giant pain, is that the 5X can output 480i as the 4K downscales to 240p. So I don't think that really matters for the vast majority of gaming applications. The 480i stuff was mostly for video capture, but that is one difference.
And that's the direct 480i stuff is only stuff they've recently been experimenting with too.
It's mostly recently stuff that I've been experimenting for at the request of the VHS folks. And honestly, the reason why there's no 480i in the 4K yet is because interlaced output was so confusing. I don't even know how I got it to work in the first place. And with compile times on the 4K pushing 15 minutes, I just don't have time to touch it.
Yeah. Maybe down the road when you...
Yeah, there's no reason why I can't except just time.
You've got a list of things you want to hit before it's completely done and ready to start shipping,
Exactly. There's
$5 from Nana Cheesecake. Thank you. saying, been a minute since my last happy Sunday. Also, I chose a 5X over getting a Mister, and I do not at all regret this choice. There you go. I mean,
it's good that there's choices for and then options for pretty much everyone. I think the Mister is great. It's an all-in-one.
It comes down to how much room and how much like work you want to put into it, I think.
Exactly. So it's we live in a time of a lot of choices, so that's always a good thing.
There's also $4.99 from Mr. Morrow Plays. Thank you. Hi to Mike from the Tink Discord.
And hi to the Tink Discord as well.
Flub? Can we talk about the HDCP flub that may or not be happening? Can you try other consoles besides the PS3? So Tri said he tried the PS TV and it worked.
Right. Well, what's funny is my my HDCP stripper wasn't working for the PS TV, and we're about to find out if it's working for the PS3 because, okay, so what we're seeing the PS3 booting up here. It's actually this is going through my HDCP stripper. For some reason, something wasn't communicating right through the HDCP stripper that I use with the PS TV, but it is working here. And the only reason I'm using it and not just going direct is just because that's how it's connected. Mm-hmm. But the PS TV, I can say that I ran it, that I was able to see PS TV on the
That's good.
on the RetroTINK. I didn't try to capture it, but I did. I was able to get working without going through a HDCP stripper.
Okay. I mean, what was the 4K, like not the live, the thing that you did a video on? Like that gets rid of HDCP, and I think, but I don't think it's intentional. I think it has something to do with like older systems with like HDCP like 1.4 or whatever, and I think that like newer things just don't either read it correctly or just skip over it.
By the way, we're we're looking at PS3 way downscaled in a way you would never actually.
We lost Mike.
Use it. Oh, oops.
You didn't hang up on him, did you? We're gonna see what happens.
I'm going to.
Okay, so GameStack was saying he was able to capture PS TV. Haven't tried PS3 yet.
Well, I'm trying PS3 now, but like I say, it's going through a stripper just because I'm trying to not waste time.
Let's see.
Doing something like that.
Hopefully, Mike, it's like, well, he's all right. Was he like frozen up at any point? Oh, there we go.
I'm back. Yeah, that was weird.
It only happens like when you need the internet to not die.
Yeah, right.
GameStack said he's going to try he's going to try his PS3 directly right now and report in a few minutes.
Okay.
There was okay, so I mean, right now, like the HTTP stuff is not intentional. It just like whatever happens essentially.
Yeah, exactly. It shouldn't, anything which HTTP should not be working with the Tink. It absolutely should not be. I'm not an HTTP adopter. I don't have the keys. I can't tell you why it's working.
I mean, he's not going to go out of her, or else nobody's getting the 4K.
Yeah.
There was $3 from Bag of Schmidt, who we haven't seen in a long time. Thank you. Saying, hey, not sure if you remember me or not. Of course we remember you. It's been a long time since I watched a stream. Anyway, since I mostly play retro stuff on Mister, how awesome is it running through the 4X?
What were we talking about, Mister?
Or like how? Yeah. Or the 4K. I'm just saying like the 4X or 4K.
Yeah, well, I mean that's what that's what I was just showing with Kirby. Now you could do, as Mike mentioned, you could do the what they call the feature, like the native signal over HDMI.
That's good.
But what I've been doing is downscaling, like doing and the reason I'm doing that, I didn't really explain the reason I'm doing that. What I'm going to be doing for streams and stuff going forward, like if I want to use like the features of the RetroTINK 4K, like scan lines or something for my enjoyment, right? Because that stuff looks bad on stream, but I want to use it for my enjoyment. I can send a clean signal over the HDMI of the Mister or the Super NT or the Mega SG or the High Def NES or any of those systems and more. I can send a clean, unfiltered version of that for the stream or for recording for a video or something, while I get to enjoy the scan line effects and like the HDR injection and stuff like that. And in fact, I was just talking to Xavier, who I saw dropped his first ever super chat. I was talking to him about the other day because he's like kind of become a bit of a Mr. Nut. And he was really interested in the RetroTINK 4K. And he's like, I'm thinking about getting one just because. And of course, you can have like multiple profiles on the Mister, but he was saying how like it's annoying if he like brings the Mister to a friend's house and he's got set up for like 1440p at his house or whatever. Like all these things are like incompatible when he hooks it up to someone else's TV. And so he's like, I would love to be able to just like set it for 720p, but then I get the benefits like at home, you know, but I don't have to even change profiles or settings or anything like that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it was cool to see him in here, saying love you. He left a super chat for $4.99.
Yeah.
Saying love you, fellas. Really looking forward to my first Tink with their RetroTINK 4K.
Thank you.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you're caught up or if that was.
No, I need to catch up a little bit still. I'm trying to catch up as best as I can. We're looking at some this is PS3 version, yeah.
Yeah, and I actually already tried the Xbox version. It's exactly the same.
Yeah, I'm just curious, because the Xbox version has backwards compatibility. I wonder how that backwards compatible version at 4K compares.
Oh, well, it's exactly the same because the backwards compatible version is just outputs, 720p, no anti-aliasing or anything like that. Okay. So people might remember this game from the Projectors episode, just because I think this is just a really good example of like if you could actually handle 720p correctly.
Right.
You're getting all of the pixels like exactly as they are meant to be with this here. And I actually think 720p, like it look. Well, actually, let me show you this. So, I was messing around last night, and what I find is if I set bilinear medium, that's about what the what this TV's internal scaling looks like.
Yeah. John Linneman did a tweet that kind of showed this exact same game in this, like in the same kind of situation.
Right.
Like this game, like with the blur and the.
And honestly, it's not that bad. I mean, as far back as I sit from the TV, I gotta be honest, it's not like a totally transformative effect, but like up close it is. And so I think, so here we're back on, no interpolation. I think for people who maybe sit closer to their screen or maybe use like a smaller 4K screen or even a monitor and sit up close to it, I think you will see a lot more difference. But yeah, like this is actually, it's kind of funny because it actually gives us a way to like, instead of pointing a camera, we can actually capture this. We can capture like, this is what TV scaling looks like. But also the LG OLEDs, they have pretty good scaling. Like, Mike, I'm sure you see people talk about this a lot. Like, do you get this a lot where people are like, wait a second, but 720p and 1080p are 3x and 2x scales to 4K. Isn't this no longer an issue? And it's like, well, have you ever actually looked at what the TVs are doing? It should be a solved issue. These TVs should be giving us this. They should be giving us, this nearest neighbor, or at least they should have the option to, but they just don't.
If they cared.
Apparently, some Panasonic TVs in Europe at some point offered this, but like I don't even think those do anymore. Like you can't get TVs that do that here. They should, but they don't. So it's not a solved problem. Unfortunately, you do need a device like this to do something that the TV should have been capable of doing all along.
It is kind of silly that you need a complicated device just to do the most simplest form of scaling. And there's a lot of confusion about what integer scaling means. I mean, just because the scaling factor is an exact integer doesn't mean that your TV will scale it with the sharp nearest neighbor algorithm, which is actually the simplest way to do it. They'll just apply the same generic linear or Langsos or bicubic type scaling. So it doesn't, in that respect, it actually doesn't matter if it's an integer factor or a non-integer factor. When after it passes through the TV scaler, it looks very similar. But yeah, it is weird. I mean, it's weird that you need a complicated device to do a very simple thing.
Now this, I think it's kind of cool to just like put, even though like normally you wouldn't see scan lines on 720p content, especially if you balance it out with HDR. I think it's a neat look. Like it makes it start to feel like a native.
It looks like an arcade game now.
Yeah, it makes it feel like kind of a native screen. Or I guess there's also this this filter. There's other filters where you can make it like if you combine like the Gaussian, and of course you could make your own mask to make this much more of an accurate thing. And I've been considering it, but like some of the mono masks, like maybe this.
Yeah, why don't you load the Aperture Grill high density mono mask? It actually kind of makes it almost look similar to like a crunchy look to like a plasma or some sort of lower res flat panel.
Yeah, it looks like it's being like on a scoreboard or something. Like it's on the on like the Megatron at like a sports game.
Yeah, I might have. It might not should be this one. It might should be the medium. I don't know. I have had settings that made 720p like it like basically makes your 4K TV look like a native screen with like its own pixel grid and everything. But again, you can make, and I'm sure maybe even by the time you release it, you'll probably include like some that are actually designed from the ground up for it, where you actually can just straight up get that like. Well, it makes it look like a native screen. And again, from a distance, it just makes it darker unless you cancel it out with HDR. But up close, I think it would actually have an impact. It would actually feel like a native thing.
I see A-Track 17 is in the chat saying injected into my veins. And,
good to see you, A-Track.
It's just cool to see A-Track here because I'm a
A-Track's a good guy.
Of what he has been doing, like on the sorting of arcade games, especially on the Mister, makes everything so much easier. I'm gonna catch up on some super chats here. There's $5 from EB Chill 2 saying at the risk of controversy, Mike, but I have to ask, is The Wrath of Khan a reboot or a sequel?
I've been waiting to answer this question. I saw this a long time ago, and I've been itching. It's definitely a reboot. The motion picture is kind of this weird. I mean, I actually think it's underrated. It has a great soundtrack. It's a majestic, epic movie, but it's just so out of place. The Wrath of Khan was definitely a reboot. They said, screw this. Motion pictures is a failure. We're going to start with a new series. And then everything that came after The Wrath of Khan actually existed in one continuity, whereas, motion picture was this weird thing with different uniforms, and it just very, very different. 100%, it's a reboot.
It's just like, yeah, I mean, that's a good way. I never really thought about that. But I've only seen a motion picture one time, and it's just like, you know, it makes you think a lot of like 2001, with just like a lot of like the
Yeah,
really slow
for sure.
shots. But you know, I think that as I've gotten older, I kind of find myself appreciating that more.
Definitely.
Kind of like it brings you into the world a lot more, I think. There was $4.99 from Astral Colors, saying, "Hey, MLiG, hi Coury, from a fellow Western New Yorker. Try Coury. What plans for any plans for a new room tour? And I'm working on mine right now. I'm working on it. It's coming. It's happening. And it is. I don't know when tries will be, but mine is in production. I was working on it today. It's happening. But thank you." There was $2 from Eric Fleener. Thank you. Saying, "Mike, what is your favorite DOA game? And why beach volleyball?"
There's nothing better than my best memories in gaming was playing DOAX in college with a bunch of my buddies in my dorm, and I'm sure we were labeled weirdos, but it was good. That's
Are you talking about the first one?
yeah,
Or
the first DOAX on Xbox.
Yeah, I have it. I think it's good. It was like a legit good volleyball game too.
It was, yeah, definitely. We played it for the mechanics.
Yeah. And it I'm thinking about that intro song. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba. Is that how it goes? Yeah. I own that game. I don't own any other games in that series, but I still have that.
You know, a funny story in testing one of the older Tinks, we had a sync drop problem with the Tink, and just with the Xbox. So I had DOAX playing while I was at work, and it was driving my wife crazy. It was like, you just turn this stuff off. And I was like, no, just listen to the bada-bum, and tell me how many times it drops.
I think, like, for games that use polygon graphics, I think, like, I don't think it looks super great if you don't have scan lines on, but, like, okay, you've got this, like, 720p game, polygon graphics. I think if you do a little bit of the like, horizontal bilinear, like, medium or standard, I think looks pretty good. I don't think it looks as good if you don't have the scan lines on, but I think it looks neat. I think it looks pretty neat if you turn on the scan lines like that.
I've seen people saying like, "Oh, it looks dark and is like the direct capture," but you know, we talked about earlier in the stream
Right.
is the HDR injecting the HDR makes it so you can make it as bright.
And
on
it's
your
not
TV.
it's not that, it's the scan lines I'm turning on. That's why we're using the camera, because
Right.
we want to show the scan lines and CRT effects and stuff, but that stuff gets decimated in web video.
Yeah.
So you're just seeing it get darker, whereas, you know, up close I can show you, and then also when you're using it on an HDR capable set, that totally cancels out the downside of using scan lines, totally cancels out the downside of using black frame insertion. So that's a huge feature. I didn't realize how big that would be, because I never actually used the HDR stuff on the 5X, because I just didn't really have a reason to, because I use it with my analog consoles upstairs, but, you know, trying it with HD stuff. So yeah, keep in mind, this is huge limitation of the actual capture. So I'm able to show it more accurately with the camera.
Yeah, and that's one thing to, you know, I think until we get much better streaming bit rates, it's still going to be tough to stream scan lines. But with HDR in real life, I think that's really the missing gap that we needed to make scanline effects look good.
Yeah. Because I've never really used them before. I started to appreciate scanline effects much more when I got access to black frame insertion, but the downside is it's even darker then, right? But I feel like the scan lines, like, I feel like when I wasn't using black frame insertion, scan lines just kind of blurred when the screen was in motion, and I almost couldn't see them. But then they sort of retained their form in place on screen with black frame insertion. They just become a lot clearer. So now that you can do both with HDR, like, we're like that, like, we're literally like pretty darn close to just straight up turning OLEDs into CRTs.
Yeah. But
We're
it's like
close.
getting
You know,
increased resolution.
one of the things I keep screaming about is we still just need a little bit more brightness. So if you have scanline effects and BFI, it's pretty good. But then you add the shadow masks, and then suddenly you're just below. We just need a little bit more brightness to get the masks, shadow mask, and scan lines. But the good news is that I think the scaling, the TINK is there. We just need better panels, and I think hopefully we'll see that.
Oh, okay. So it comes down to like it's even a limitation of TVs.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
Yeah,
I mean,
it's just you lose too much brightness.
I think for me the brightness is enough, but what I did feel like when I was messing around with some PSP stuff via the PS TV, and I feel like when you like I don't know, with like 240p type content, I feel like the CRT masks and stuff, I don't feel like that especially negatively impacts the overall brightness, especially since I like was setting my mask for like -5. But I feel like for LCD stuff, I feel like that did like not so much darken the image, but dulls it a lot more, which would be good for GBA, but maybe not so much what you want for PSP. So I feel like for PSP, maybe more of a straight up grid effect, or maybe a very, very lightly applied LCD effect for PSP type stuff. Maybe
People are asking for some 3D games. I know you just played.
I brought some down. I'm not positive if any of them are native.
You played PS1 Classic on the PS3.
But that it wouldn't be outputting at a resolution that would be especially useful.
Okay.
I mean, I brought some down.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if they're like native 720p or not.
Well, in the meantime, I'm going to continue on with the super chats. I was catching up, but then a bunch more came in. There is from Gustavo Diaz Costa. There's 5490 reals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Saying I have an official Nintendo Switch AC adapter lying around. Can I use that to power the RetroTINK 4K? Thank you for the huge contribution to retro gaming. Try Coury and Mike. So is it you?
Thank you so much. Very kind words. Yeah, I mean the 4K is actually a pretty power efficient device. It really doesn't use much more power than a 5X, so a Switch could totally power it.
Yeah, it's just like whatever it uses. Like power delivery will only deliver the like the mount.
Yeah, it only delivers what you need.
That's cool.
I would not recommend using a Switch power supply on it, because you can kill the actual Switch power supply if you charge other things with it. Because I charged.
Oh, no kidding! I didn't know that.
Yeah, the specs,
like
apparently the
weird
power delivery specs on Switch are a little weird for some reason. And like when I traveled when the Switch first came out, I would be like, well, I'll just bring my Switch charger and I'll charge my phone on it too. And eventually the Switch charger wouldn't it wouldn't provide enough power to the Switch anymore, like to run it docked.
Yeah, because I think that those are they're weirdly out of spec.
Yeah. So but if you were to just like power it from like the HDMIs on the side of the Switch dock, that should be fine, I'm sure.
Then there was the donation from Xavier. I'm not sure if he's still here, but thank you again. Saying looking forward to my first tank. There was 599 euros from the OC Gamer. Again, thank you. Saying, can you save profiles by console name? Can you save optimal settings for a Dreamcast and say select a Dreamcast profile to boot up? Is there you can nest them inside folders even, right?
So you can everything runs off the SD card. So you can take your card, go to the computer, name it whatever you want. You can put it inside a folder to organize it, and then in the profiles menu, you can set a profile to just load up by default if you want to as well.
So I have no idea if this game is native 720p. So
I bet it is. It's such an early game, but you need to make your camera clearer here.
I know. I'm waiting for this cutscene to stop.
Oh. Talum is my favorite character in this game.
Sungmina is my favorite. Let me get up close and eyeball it and see if I can tell. Like, it looks like... I think it is. The background is the background has some depth of field going on, so it looks a little... Like, up close it looks a little weird, but, like, the characters look pretty sharp, I'd say.
If I need to eyeball anything, I gotta get like this. My glasses to eyeball stuff. Mike, are you eyeballing it?
Kind of trying to. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, keep it on Talum. There. Oh. Yeah, I can't get too clear with it, or else you'll start to see the. You get to like the moire pattern.
Right. That's what I'm trying to avoid.
There was $4.99 from Robert Hernandez. Thank you. Saying, couldn't we simply use component cables on the PS3 with the 4K? No need to mess with HDCP at that point, or am I missing something? And you could, but there's a benefit to that HDMI, as you're just getting like that lossless, perfect output.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine the component video for the PS3 is going to be pretty good, but you know, you're not going to be able to beat HDMI. If you want to match HDMI, you still have to calibrate the phase for your system, and the phase is going to change if you go from 720p to 480p or 1080p. You also need to adjust the analog gain levels so that your whites are exactly at peak white. HDMI kind of just makes that all for you.
Wobbling Pixels says Soul Calibur is 1280 by 720 with no anti-aliasing, saying 1280 by 576 in 1080p mode. It's cool to see.
There's all kinds of different masks that we could try. Like, I don't know which of these might be more appropriate for like a 720p type thing.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly.
Try using the linear function. Just guessing.
Which one?
Try going to either linear or box.
Oh, on the
Yeah.
Oops.
While he's figuring that out, there is $5 from Rent Optional. Thank you. Saying super excited for this. Not sure if someone already asked, but can you try an analog console like the Super NT or Mega SG? And that'll work. I mean, you mentioned that your.
I can show that. I can show that in a bit. People were getting sick of me playing 2D stuff, though.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, the info drop that you, Mike, that you made earlier last week. You know, like that has a lot of that stuff in it, like a lot of that information. Like, you know,
yeah, it has hopefully all the frequently asked questions. Yeah, it should. Okay, so I don't own any analog stuff, but given that they output vanilla HDMI, there's no reason why it wouldn't work. You can just use the prescaler function to restore the analog output to 240p and then scale it back up with the full scanline effects.
Mm-hmm.
This
is Soul Calibur 4.
So I think that like for like a game like this, I think like I'm going through the different horizontal interpolation methods. Like I definitely think if you go to bilinear, medium, or standard, I definitely think, especially if you're using scan lines, I think that kind of adds a nice. I mean, it's not like it's going to hide the aliasing really, but I think that looks nice. So now you were talking about the linear or box scanline functions. What are those exactly?
Those are just basically box is kind of the old emulator style scanline where it's just like hard on, hard off. The linear is basically just kind of a triangle, straight slope. And I was thinking if you use a box at like the lightest setting and maybe one of the mono masks, you could probably emulate kind of like a lower res plasma panel, which might look good for this kind of content.
Let's see. Let's try that.
I mean, what I like about this is it.
Oh yeah.
It makes it feel like an advanced arcade game. Like if you're of a certain age, like the idea of going to the arcade and seeing a game that maybe looked like this, like it gives me that feeling of seeing a game like this in the arcade before you'd ever get a game like this at home.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think is kind of cool. Like it creates like an alternate past.
Yeah, like that definitely. I mean, does that convey on the stream like the dot pattern?
I mean, I think it looks pretty good. Yeah, the direct feed almost looks like black and white, just because there's not much you can do. Even he doesn't have the bandwidth to like do it in 4K. But hopefully, like that's what's good about the camera input.
Right. Because even if I were to like zoom way in on it, it would not convey. Because it's just all scan lines. It's interesting because as much as I love scan lines, like the reason we don't capture with them or anything like that is it looks bad in web video. Because you don't know what resolution people are watching at. You don't know whether they're watching it full screen or within a smaller window. And furthermore, like it wreaks havoc on compression algorithms. Mm-hmm. So, like I said, that's part of what's had me so excited for the RetroTINK 4K because like it's for me to enjoy, right? Like I can already capture great video with the RetroTINK 5X, but like I can send the unfiltered feed to the stream or to the recording, and I get to look at the cool effects and the HDR injection and stuff on the TV.
Until everything's there that we can start. That we do everything in 4K.
Right. Exactly. So. Yeah, I mean, I think that looks pretty neat. I mean, there's definitely a lot of things you could play around with 720p games. I have generally come to the conclusion, though, that at the distance I sit from my TV, though, it doesn't have a huge impact. So I think people who sit closer to their screen or maybe play on a computer monitor or something that's up close to you, I think you'll see much more of a difference because it is like you can see on the close-up, it kind of is like it's like turning your TV into a native 720p screen, which again is a thing that hardly exists anyway.
Yeah. There was let's see here, from Lucas. 25 PLN. Which I don't even know what PLN.
Oh, thank you.
And asking, thank you, Mike. Have you experimented with the 5K CRT masks on Apple's 27-inch 5K Retina monitor? The LCD pixels wouldn't be fighting with simulated slot mask triads.
That's a good question. I don't have that specific TV monitor, but I think in general it's kind of like at 4K resolutions, the you have so many pixels that the sub-pixel structure of your native display is not fighting the masks that you're creating. In fact, that's exactly what's making it all work in the first place, is because the native sub-pixels in your display are so small, and you have so many of them.
Do you think that it was seeing these like filters on a game like like those subpixels and stuff that made you really want to pursue doing this?
I think so. To me, it was always I was always kind of fascinated by that honeycomb pattern on like an old consumer TV or an arcade monitor, and that's kind of like where I've always been trying to shoot to recreate.
Yeah.
I think 4K we're actually finally pretty close to recreating that honeycomb structure. You just couldn't do it at 1080p.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is my video frozen?
It kind of is.
Well, let me turn off the fan.
Oh, now Mike is Coury.
I know, I just got that look.
So I'm just doing this to address the person who wanted to see. So I made these profiles for stuff like the Mega SG. I mean, I showed the exact same profile on Mister. So yeah, here's how you can use it with the Mega SG, and same with Super NT, same with Noir, and I made a profile that would work on. I haven't like used it with it yet, but it would work because I've tested it on like the high def NES. Profiles that would work with stuff like the original NT Mini. Without the interpolation, all you have to do is re-stretch it to the correct aspect ratio, set integer scales within the system, and then re-stretch it using the TINK. But as you can see here, I've got I'm doing the quarter scale from a 1080p output for the Meg SG, and there you go. You're able to get scan lines in the correct place. You can apply, let me move Sonic.
You got to go to the waterfalls, apparently.
Yeah. I mean, not that. I mean, I could do the blending on the Mega SG, I guess. Let's see. I really like this aperture grill dense, but there's others like the coarse.
Yeah, the aperture grill dense is kind of like a high resolution tube, maybe a BVM.
Yeah, this is more like a consumer tube here.
Aperture grill densetsu. All right. There was 2 donations, like a few minutes apart, from Duncanry. Thank you. One of them was saying, Coury, don't let Try talk over you and Mike. And then the other one said, "Hey guys, will you be able to downscale HD resolutions like 1080p, 720p, and 480p to 240p to be able to use with older Sony BVMs?"
Yeah, so you can output 240p. The downscaling is pretty simple. It works exactly how the 5X does. You can discard the other line if you're setting 40p to 240p. You can discard 2 lines, keep 1 for 720p.
Okay. So you can just do that, then you just run it through like a HDMI to component transcoder.
Exactly, or an HDMI to VGA dongle, and you can just do it the crafty way and tie the 2 things together. Usually, it works.
That's cool. I mean, it just like takes it reduces the amount of like space that you need for like different devices, because that's like what's tough about the 5X. You had to like run the HDMI signal through a transcoder into the tank and then back out.
Yeah, exactly.
And just becomes like kind of a mess of wires.
Exactly.
After a bit. And if you want to have that as part of your setup, something you can just like do really easily, it becomes like a pain in the butt to get set up correctly. But thank you, Duncanry. Hopefully you're still here. There's also 604A, maybe Australian something. I don't know.
I think that's right.
$6.04 Australians.
Thank you.
From Tim Fletcher. Thank you. Saying, hey guys, apologies if this has been already asked, but will this work with a GC video-based GameCube digital to HDMI adapter? I love GBI Game Boy interface. And I assume that it will.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh,
That's
go
one of my-
ahead, Mike, because I actually haven't tested it yet, but we can test it live.
That would be great if we could test it live. In fact, I even have a profile to emulate an LCD. That's actually one of my most favorite uses is a Carby HDMI outputting 360p and then scaling GBI up.
Well, let's see it after we see them waterfalls.
Yeah. Now, do you what's the whole thing with GameCube stuff? I feel like moves so fast, and I almost get frustrated by it because I can't keep up with GameCube stuff. There's like the whole thing about there was like I guess some sort of like dev kit bug or something. Like what's the deal with like where like some certain colors were misaligned or something, and like the conversion or whatever?
What?
Like
Sorry,
I don't know, some extremes found that like, and there's like, isn't there some correction that you can do in Swiss or something? I don't know how to do it, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I'm going to turn on dither blending, I guess.
Blend them.
Although,
blend those
does it not work on the waterfall? It looks weird. I mean, this is the Mega SG doing it, not.
Yeah.
Maybe it never worked that well on the waterfall. I know it works on stuff like the Streets of Rage 2 Spotlight.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't even dare ask what firmware version you're even on.
I can't remember. It may have never worked that great with the waterfall anyway. Not that I've really cared about this effect.
Yeah.
Now before we switch off the Mega SG here, just for the people who like it, I did make yes. Okay, so for example, let's say you want this'll work. Well, kinda, maybe not. Hang on, let's actually do. Let's do. Oh, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. Real quick, one more Sega thing before we go to GameCube.
That's good.
Okay. What's he gonna do? Is that it? Well, while he's doing what he's gonna do, I will see here. Let's see. Koala Koa with another $10. Thank you. Saying Mike, thanks as always for these scalers, and huge shout out to everyone for testing it. Can we please make a push to VGA component over chart now that the Tink has VGA?
Well, thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate that. And I mean, we'll just have to see how the cable worlds work shake out. The nice thing is that this thing has both VGA and SCART natively built in.
Yeah.
So use whatever you want. There's actually one interesting thing. So I've had so many complaints about SCART cables being loose that I added 2 screw mounts. next to the SCART port. So, if the cable makers get on board, we can build SCART heads with screw downs. So it'll be just as secure as VGA. But, of course, it's going to require people to get on board with that. But I don't know. That was my hope to try to fix the one complaint against SCART.
Well, I think that's what's kind of cool about like the case that you've designed is that it has like all these options for like add-ons or for people to create stuff for it.
Definitely. And that's I'm hopeful that the SCART thing will get some steam.
Yeah. I mean, there's the one thing that the one that I can't think of his name right now sent me like one of the for the 5X that goes in and you can like change the SCART to be like a vertical one and go backwards to go over the back.
Yep.
Starts with a K. I don't know why I can't.
Yeah, I'm having a lapse now too.
Because he's making a thing for the power supplies now.
So obviously, as I
get that Shinobes.
yeah, as you
Look
saw,
how crispy Joe Musashi's looking.
Joe Musashi, there he is.
Ain't
as
nothing
you can
cooler
see,
than
this
a
was the
green
Genesis
Ninja.
Mini, which
Didn't get-
if you recall, Genesis Mini is 720p output.
Okay. Okay, so Endgamer 007, Kaitor Industries. That's who it is. I knew it was a K. Like I know, and I've seen it a million times. I just like, thank you for clearing that up. Thank you. Okay.
I mean, what's kind of cool about this upscaling, HDMI upscaling, is like these devices that people bought, like, well, for example, the AVS, output 720p as well. You can make the AVS look as good as a Super NT or a Mister or anything else, by just, as long as you have the settings correct, as long as you have good settings going into the RetroTINK, no shimmer or anything like that, you can correct all of these deficits. So like, 720p, I've got this set to the pixel perfect mode. So it's a 3x vertical and 3x horizontal. Now, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, I think probably most people disagree. I think people probably like to display 320 pixel wide Genesis games with square pixels, and that's what's going on here on the Genesis Mini. I disagree. Like I acknowledge that yes, a lot of circles do look like ovals when viewed at 4:3, but like the fact of the matter was that was every single person who, when they were able to buy this game new, that's how everyone viewed these games, was a little bit squished. So, if you want to, I made this profile. So I call this like square pixel fix. So like for 320 pixel wide games, this is just as many pixel perfect. But I load this profile and then now it's skinnier, which is, this is CRT proportions now. So of course I am using some interpolation here now. So what you saw before was what you would just just pure 3x upscale, no interpolation at all. Now I'm doing bilinear sharp because I am scaling it a bit vertically and horizontally. But I still think it looks perfectly crisp this way, especially sitting back at the couch. And I like, if I toggle these, you might see a slight difference, but not much. I mean, what you see is going from none to bilinear sharp just makes the pixels go from slightly uneven from the way that I scaled them back into 4:3, and then it kind of corrects them. But I like that you can do that. But not only that, you could do the same thing with, doing the same sort of CRT effects that I was doing before. So like if I load one of the CRT profiles that I made, in fact, I actually made one just for this. So the 320, what I call the square pixel fix, to squish it back in from square pixels. I made the same thing with the with the scanline effects that I like. So again, it's dark on the direct feed because that's just how scan lines are going to be on the stream. So the camera, you can see it there. So yeah, I mean, you can do this with a Genesis Mini. You can do this with an AVS. You can.
Yeah, and that's like the big. And you said this like a few minutes ago, but you said it to me yesterday. You said kind of the cool thing about this is that it makes a lot of these older mods like viable again.
Yeah, like the high def Nest. Like I haven't, it's a cool mod, but I haven't used it in a long time because it doesn't have interpolation, and stuff like that. And now even if you have a mod or an emulator box or something, as long as the original emulation was good, and as long as you have the power to either make it integer scale or be already interpolated, you can.
And now you can interpolate all those M2 games that don't have interpolation.
Yeah. Yeah, well, but Mike needs to implement that more granular prescale, and also add a horizontal prescale to quite get there. Yeah, I just think that's really cool that you can do that. You can you can get the same results on a real Genesis, although you might have jail bars on your real Genesis. But otherwise, you can get the same results there. You can get the same results on the Mini. The Mega SG, of course, the audio is going to differ and stuff like that. But the visual results, you can get those things to be extremely similar. It's like kind of this equalizer of all these different methods of play that you have in your setup.
Bitroast is saying, can we get an example of the interpolation in action? You did that with some of the collections. I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, I can show you right here. Let's see, what do I got it? 3771. Look, I can. There we go, making it bigger. Just smooth scale. I can go back to. Let me just. I'll load this nearest SDR is the file that the profile that I made that I set just as the boot up. It does nothing but nearest neighbor scaling. Nothing fancy. So here, I'm going.
Show is saying the AVS is gonna get a lot from it.
Yeah,
and we were just talking about the AVS. He's still having some made and selling them. I think that's so cool.
It's it's just such a practical device. I've always really liked the AVS.
Yeah.
Right. But okay, so I don't have any interpolation set right now. So if I were to start to do free scaling of this, pixels will become uneven. If I were to move, there would be shimmer. So I don't know exactly what would be, the exact right proportion at this point. Actually, I do, because you see, well, it's kind of hard to see because of the, well, you can see it. So what I kind of determined was, well, it also depends on the vertical scale, which I haven't set here. Here I can do free vertical scaling. What I found was, this is kind of sloppy. These aren't exact numbers. But if you've got the vertical crop for 224 pixels, I found that just before that comma after version 0.3 beta, that's close enough to 4.3. So, now since I've done scaling, free-form scaling vertically and horizontally, I will want to turn on bilinear sharp vertical and bilinear sharp horizontal, so I won't get shimmer. But I can also do medium, standard, soft, which that looks really blurry. Like that kind of, what that looks like is it looks like an unmodified Super Nintendo, like a regular Super Nintendo. That's kind of what that looks like. But which I don't like how that looks when you're looking at pixels. But when you add the CRT effects, that's almost always what I use is bilinear soft.
Right.
Except for the Genesis Composite. I was finding the Genesis Composite was kind of, I kind of liked it more like the standard or the medium. And then with 720p stuff, I found like standard or medium was pretty good if you're maybe doing this, trying to go for the scan line thing there. But yeah, I mean, there you go. There's looking at those things. So people wanted to look at like GameCube, right?
Yeah.
All right. Huh?
Oh yeah, you get that GameCube up and running. I go through.
Yeah, go on. Because actually, I need to go. I need to get a game.
Okay. Get Piano 3.
That would be a great example. I'll get a couple of GameCube games.
Okay. Let's see here. There is £5 from Dr. Lilo. Thank you. Do you have an HDMI switcher you recommend for putting in front of the RetroTINK 4K in the video chain? Gonna have this prior to the AVR and our setups, right? I mean, there's a lot of different things you can do. I mean, like Tri said, he's just using the HDMI out. Because that's like the thing he's like using the most. I don't know. I would put it exactly where you're planning on. I don't know. Like it's. I'll have to think about it. Is there anything you recommend, Mike? Like I don't know if there's. Where do you see it going in the general video chain?
That's actually kind of one of my blind spots. I honestly don't know much about that. I wish I had a better answer. Maybe more will appear later on, but I'm super simple. Like I just plug it directly into the TV.
Mm. Yeah. I mean, I have a switcher that has just has scalers going into it, and I might run it into that, and then that goes feeds through and. But then that would require me to have, if I wanted to run HDMI stuff into it, I got to split all my switchers to go into
you need a switcher.
A switcher for my
going to that.
So I'm not sure yet. I think Tri the way he's doing it is that he has so the Denon AVRs, some of the higher end ones have they have a zone 2 output, which he has going to his capture card, and then it has 2 monitor outputs for a main TV, and I think that he's just feeding one directly into his TV, and he's feeding the other one into the 4K and then out to his TV. So he can A/B them if he wants to. He just
I'm just thinking out loud, but I think one use case or one setup that might make a lot of sense if you have a high-end audio system is just to have the HDMIs going into the receiver, and then I think the receivers have an HDMI output, because then you have the receiver handle all the audio, all the advanced audio stuff, and then you just feed that HDMI output, switch to HDMI output to the Tink for the video side.
Yep, that's what Tri is doing, and it depends. We only capture stuff in 4K if we absolutely need to. If there's a specific reason for it. So I mean, it's it's hard to. I got to think about how I'm going to end up running it. Without it going around in circles somehow. The signal going out, going into the Tink, then going back in, and then everything kind of getting confused, I guess. Anyways, let's see here.
I am actually not positive which.
There's $6 from Junko988 saying, "Oh my gosh, we'll try play some freaking Nintendo stuff already." Just kidding. There's also $5 from Rob R asking, using an HDMI switch into the HDMI into the HDMI in, will this cut down on capture delay as opposed to the HDMI switch directly into the display? Well,
It'd be pretty comparable.
yeah. I mean, it's preventing your TV from having to do more work. You know, it's giving a signal that if it's a 4K TV, it's giving the TV its native resolution.
TVs are pretty good. Outside of scaling weird stuff like 240p or 480i, they're pretty good at taking like anything 480p up and then scaling it with basically little or no lag penalty.
Mm-hmm. Although, like on some of those newer LGs, like found lag if you put it in the 4.3. Like,
oh yeah, that is one edge case. So for example, if you set it at a 4.3 like 1920 by 1440 from a TINK or one of these devices, you'll get a lag penalty on one of these newer LGs, which is kind of weird. So, you know, I would say it's not a huge benefit, but just setting it a native 4K signal does kind of eliminate these weird edge cases.
right.
I can't.
I mean, it's gonna be really interesting to see how people incorporate it into their setups.
Definitely.
Everything is really weird right now, and I don't know what device the GameCube is right now. I'll figure it out.
Okay. There was $1.99 from Adana Sheehy. Thank you. Saying thank you, Mike. Big
Thank you.
retro fans in this house.
Well, thank you so much.
In this hay house. All right.
Thank you.
There was $4.99 from Mo77 saying, Dr. Mike G, where in San Diego can I go to pick one of these puppies up? I have one ready for you.
I appreciate that. I'll stay tuned. Hopefully not too much longer. Thank you.
Although you were saying, you know, the amount of feedback you've been getting since you sent these out, you're like, I feel like I'm starting over.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Sending them out to people to test has added like years onto the development.
Years of development and more bug fixes. Yeah, but where in San Diego? You gotta just pick your favorite restaurant, I guess.
Some places with good pepperoni bread.
Yeah, we don't get that out here. You know, we had pepperoni rolls in Texas growing up. That was really good, but I haven't found it out here. I've been wanting to eat that for a long time.
You know, there's something about it. You know, like even just like
Yeah, it's good stuff.
breadsticks or anything like that. You know, the place where I grew up, you know, the grocery store used to always have like pepperoni bread. My mom would get
Yeah,
like,
right?
a roll, and it's just like the middle's hollowed out, and it's just like kind of crumbs of like ground up pepperoni inside. It's so good.
I do
let's
not
see.
know what the GameCube is connected to. Hang on.
There's another $10 from Duncanry. I keep on wanting to say Dunkari. I don't know why. But thank you. Saying, Mike, any chance there will be a D1 to D5 terminal add-on like the VGA to SCART adapter? Currently in Japan, and almost all consoles have a D1 to D5 terminal output. Super fan of you guys. Keep it up.
Thank you very much. On the TINK natively, probably not, but I'm hoping that, you know, some of the cable makers will be up for making these adapters. So I think it would be pretty useful. Like retro access or retro gaming cables would just be willing to make some of these dongles. I think that would be great.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the cool thing about like those, you know, like the VGA input is that you can use all these different dongles and stuff for it if you wanted to, right?
Right, exactly.
So really, that's like the best choice because adapters exist for most of this stuff.
Yeah, that's a nice thing about VGA is that basically you can convert VGA to, I think, pretty much everything under the sun. So that's why we kind of made the VGA the universal port. And same with SCART. The SCART is also universal, except it won't take a RGB HV, but it'll take everything else. We have a switch, like a G switch or a G comp that makes it very flexible.
Let's see here. I'm almost caught up. There's another 25 PLN from Lucas. Lucas is the Z. Say, Mike, would there be a benefit to a 300 ppi 15-inch 4K portable display for even more convincing CRT masks? How many CDM2 of full screen brightness do we need? I mean, like that. I understood half of that.
I understood like half of that too. I don't know about the PPI per se, but I think right now I would just I don't know how to convert nits to a CDM, but off the top of my head, but I think from everything we see, I think we need OLEDs to get about twice as bright they are today. If you want scan lines, shadow masks, and full BFI. So if you want all three, the OLEDs still need to get a little bit brighter.
This is a boring choice, but this is what the people want to see.
I'm waiting for. Is it going to be? You know, the old GC, the GCN. If you're being proper about it. The dumbest abbreviation, I guess.
I'll do All-Star just because. Okay, well, let's.
Oh, is this Smash
I
Brothers
don't know
kneeling?
what was up with. My switcher stuff is like kind of in mid changing how.
We got Shank mods in the.
Anyway, so.
Shank, it was good seeing you in Epos Vox's LTX video. That's pretty cool.
But yeah, there's some.
The GCN, it's supposed to be GameCube, Nintendo. I think they didn't want to do NGC, probably.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, it's dumb. It's beyond dumb.
Well, but that's. I mean, it was like copyright or whatever. I think.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, here's 480p. I mean, just going straight into it, like, it doesn't really look like there's a lot that you need to do to it. I'd say that this. I mean, let me get up close and kind of.
Voltar, I see ya.
Eyeball
I see ya.
A little bit more.
Sir, I'm going back and forth between. That's a lot of familiar faces in here. It's nice. And I do want to say Matthew McFetters was asking if I went to Wegmans in Jamestown. Of course I did. I got a sub twice, I think. It was delicious.
Yeah, that's looking pretty crisp. Like, there is actually am I using this? I might be using the settings that I had kind of screwed up on Shinobi. So let me reload that. Okay. So yeah, I mean there's not a lot you need to do to it. I mean, you could fiddle around with some CRT effects. I mean, let me actually load up.
Yeah, load up the battle.
Well, I'm loading up.
Shank is asking to see 960i on the Tink. Or the 4K.
If you were a betting man, Mike, would you guess like, oh yeah, that'll just work when you feed it in, or are you like 50-50? I have no idea if that would actually do anything.
960i should definitely work if we start that. That was one of the cool things that I did try was that you got a noticeable, not always, but in a lot of cases I did see a noticeable signal image quality improvement in 960i.
Well, you know, Shank, when we were talking to him at Midwest Gaming Classic, he tried to talk us into, and he actually did talk me into kind of doing an episode about the 960i thing, but I was having difficulty doing anything terribly useful with it. So maybe with the Tink, maybe that'll change.
Well, you didn't
Maybe
have a
I will be
PVM
able
that could handle it at the time either, right?
Yeah, there was something about it that just wasn't. I don't remember what it was, but I kind of gave. I was going to make like a real quick episode on it because I'm like, oh, that's an interesting idea.
Let's see here. There was Greg the media geek with $5. Thank you. Saying even seeing the stream at 1080 on a 1080p TV, every game tested so far looks phenomenal. So thank you. That means a lot. I mean, I was a little nervous about it at first because like, why would the stream be, 1080p at 4K? And it's just like tries bandwidth. It didn't have the bandwidth to do it.
And even if it did, the compression was still like I was not happy with how it was going to look when I was trying to see if I could stream 4K because I was just like, this isn't going to convey to people what this is really like.
Yeah, I mean that's why I think like the camera like works really good at just kind of giving an idea of what it would look like if you're looking at your TV.
Yeah, so I mean here if you want
if your face is pressed up directly against the screen.
So now looking at this, like now I mentioned before, like from the distance I sit, like the scan line thing doesn't really do much at like 720p and higher. I think it would up close, but like here, I do think I can start to, I can start to get that impact, and also, I kind of want to see what it would look like if I start. See, what's interesting if you go bilinear soft and like in like this generation of game, you're gonna lose too much detail, or like a 720p game. But I feel like you don't lose detail if you're on bilinear standard or medium, and so like I feel like especially if you combine that with scan lines, it almost feels like kind of maybe VGA monitor-esque.
Yeah, definitely. If you just add a very light scanline effect, it does look pretty close to a VGA, and you could use one of the high density aperture grill masks.
Now that one's that's not the ticket for this. Not that one. Like just something like that maybe.
There was $9.99 from Robert Hernandez, who is asking Mike, now that the 4K is in the hands of community experts, what is the one piece of constructive feedback you've received so far that is an absolute must for day one release?
That is a good question.
I feel like it seems like it'd probably just be like so much happening at one time from different sources that.
Yeah, there's like so much happening from different sources, and I think basically a better way to handle non-standard signals. So this thing's pretty good at syncing to as pretty much analog source within reason, but I think having it more intelligently handle things that are completely weird could be pretty useful.
Yeah, and I think also just a big thing can also be I'm sorry y'all, I'm really bad at Smash, by the way, and also there's a camera blocking my view of the game. But like I saw Firebrand X is in here, like I think things that's good. Just some of us who are really excited to test out. I think people like Firebrand, you may as well include his profiles as like part of the default firmware, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And like
and
other
I really
people
appreciate helping out.
Other people who might make some masks and stuff like that, like why not include that kind of stuff as well? I think that could that's not really a feature, but it does make it feel like more like everything you need is like right here in the firmware, So,
Yeah.
So
I think we're close. Hopefully, most of it is just bug fixes.
But yeah, there's Smash. Now something I want to try. I brought down some other GameCube games.
Piano 3.
I did bring down Piano 3.
I gotta see that 4K butt.
You can check out that 4K butt all you want on your own time when you have your own.
Yeah. There was $2 from Bo Birch. Thank you. Saying, you guys, the reason my retro setup is boss. Is boss. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's also $10 from Master Safer. Saying, Dr. Mike Chi is my hero.
Oh, thank you so much. That's very kind of you to say. I really appreciate that.
So
He was listening to the Foo Fighters song when he wrote that.
I wanted to boot up Super Monkey Ball because, unless you force it's interlaced unless you force 480p. So real quick here, I want to.
Xavier's asking you to boot up Fortune Street. Also, Voltar is saying that your cargo shorts are really hitting the spot for him.
Well, thank you. That unfashionable is all I do.
Are you wearing sandals with socks?
I mean, no. It's all bare feet here.
Okay.
That was my foot in front of the camera.
Man, sandals, like Crocs with socks are like so popular with kids right now. It's like unbelievable to me. Like I can't believe that it's just like something that kids do and they think it's like really, really, really cool. Just like everybody's wearing Crocs with socks. I don't understand it. I'm way too old for that BS.
So I'm looking at my Carby settings here, and I'm trying to see. Like I just want to output 480i, like natively output 480i. Is that what's happening when I do that? Why is it so wide?
I don't know.
I wonder. I mean, maybe if I save the settings and then maybe if I save the settings and then turn the GameCube back on. It's still wide. Why is that? Have you done like digital 480i input before?
I think digital 480i input should work as analog 480i.
I don't know why it's all stretched like that. Let's see if I can unstretch it. Okay, I can unstretch it. I don't know why. It must be sending a widescreen flag for some reason, maybe?
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
I was supposed to say Dustin like knows exactly what I'm talking about. Like he knows me too well when he says that I'm of course too old to care about anything but New Balance extra wides with some Dr. Scholl's inserts. And that's like basically like what my dad's shoes are.
So this is actually the first deinterlacing I've done on here at all, because I have not hooked. Well, no, that's not true. I briefly tried PS1 with some interlacing, but I don't have a very good cable connected right now.
There was $2 from Shadow Mask saying.
I'm sorry. Go to the menu. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can answer that question.
Wait. Oh, do you want to see something back in the?
Yeah. Go to the scaling menu on the Tink. I was just curious why it's so stretched. But yeah, to answer your question, can output 1200 by 600? Yeah. So you can define custom mode lines on the SD card. So 100 by 1200 could be one of them, and you could get a VGA dongle and easily output that. Go to the scaling.
What is CRT simulation?
CRT simulation? That's basically Bob deinterlaced with
so
effects.
If I add scan lines, does that?
Yeah. Try setting the scaling mode to proportional. See what happens.
Hang on, let me switch that back to motion adaptive.
That one martini with
I did put it on proportional, and it does that. And it's interesting though, because see how it like it's cutting off way more than is actually there. So like I'm getting the full signal when I squish it back in.
Do you mind going to the HDMI input menu?
Yeah. Let's see, where is that?
I see a mention of the
HDMI receiver?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, it's a little bit hard because the stream is kind of delayed, so I'm probably giving you old information.
Oh, okay, yeah, the aspect, like the 5X has that, and it used to like not do anything, but like with recent firmwares, like it'll like go back and forth between 4:3 and 16:9. It used to not.
Yeah, it used to be broken, right?
Do you see anything on this HDMI receiver screen that's?
I'm not seeing it yet, but I think just increase the decimation and see what happens.
Should I
Decimation.
look at the input source? Does that tell you anything useful?
That's good.
Decimation.
The HDMI receiver, that mini page, and just increase the decimation.
Decimation to. Oh wow! Oh, okay. That's. Wait, is that kind of a horizontal sampling thing?
Yeah, kind of. It's yeah, it's kind of weird how it's seeing something strange. Yeah, it's probably something I have to look into.
That's kind of like what I was telling you about, for, horizontal resampling, but.
But the way that one works is that it only resamples every other pixel. I think what you wanted was basically a way to like kind of like take two,
dial it in.
Yep.
I mean, it's
Exactly.
possible. It's possible one of those settings could like accidentally accidentally be the right value for some game.
Right.
But yeah, changing the decimation doesn't. Oh man, we can make this look real fun. Let's while we're at it, let's pre-scale. Well, that doesn't even.
Let's destroy it as much as possible.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's interesting though. Does pre-scale? Oh, does pre-scale not work with interlaced input? Maybe.
Yeah, the prescaler only works with progressive sources.
I see. That makes sense. But let me go back to my. It could be that I'm just like I don't. It's probably a Carby issue. Like it's probably just sending a signal that's confusing it. Because you use HDMI GameCube stuff too, right?
I did do, but mostly GBI testing. But I think there shouldn't be a reason why it's wide. But yeah, I'll just have to. It's just something I have to look into a little bit.
So I want to say, like that one martini had a $2 donation. And say, does AI have a future in retro upscaling?
As HDR, sorry.
No, does AI have a
Oh
future
yeah, definitely. I think so. But whether or not that's doable now, it's probably not. None of these FPGA scalers.
Laroteo with I don't even know what that is. It's like a weird, like 42069. That's like like blaze it nice for with whatever it is. It looks like a P. Asking how much will a clown mask DLC cost?
Mm-hmm.
Or the overlay, the filter, the clown mask filter. Like, you should just do that if you can. I don't know. There's also $4.99 from Clin. Thank you. Saying, what is the highest resolution it will accept and have mask and scaling options available? 1440p input?
If you mean input, HDMI input, the highest input would be 1080p.
Okay.
But so in other words, you don't have mask limitations or anything.
Yeah. So
for
you can
any
take a
input it
1080p
will accept.
It'll take a 1080p input, but keep in mind that if you scale 1080p to 4K, scaling it by a factor 2. So the scan lines you're going to be able to add are going to be very, very primitive.
Right.
Same for the mask, because you just don't have any pixels, right? You're going to need like a 16K display if you want to draw any meaningful scan line or mask effects.
Yeah, exactly. I actually did try to input 1920 by 1440 just to see what would happen, and it appears, but it was actually kind of a cool effect. There was just this kind of little wavy effect around everything.
It's like on acid probably.
But yeah, there's digital 480i right there. But on GameCube, most of the time you would be de-interlacing or excuse me, forcing 480p. I mean, I can try. I haven't really tried any with this 480i here. I haven't really tried any of our filter effects. Let's see.
I mean, I see that someone's saying hardcore is saying this looks way too blurry, and I think it's just like, I think the reality is that just like, well, using motion adaptive de-interlacing, doesn't matter how good it is, it's still gonna like not look anywhere close to like a progressive source. It's just not possible.
So when you're playing with GameCube, really you should just,
and you'll probably know it like even more with on a PS2.
Yeah.
And you have to keep in mind, a lot of these 480i games deliberately have an anti-flicker filter, which just makes it even blurrier.
Yeah, well, PS2, that's going to be less of a problem, but GameCube and,
there's an option in new versions of Swiss that allow you to disable that.
Yeah. GameCube and Xbox, though, are just kind of inherently blurry. I'm running with, I am running out of a Carby, but I'm not running with any forced, I mean, let me boot up one more.
That's good.
Yeah, I mean, with GameCube, you really need to kind of manipulate the signal to get the best out of it.
There is a 5 Australian from Tim Fletcher saying, I use a Rad 2X as a simple plug and play for my NES, SNES, and N64. It's great for this, but of course a tad blurry. Could it be fed into a RetroTINK 4K to improve? Have you tried doing anything? I mean, I don't know if there's like...
That would probably be pretty ugly. Yeah, I think you're better off connecting the console directly, because the Rad 2X uses a very simple to digital converter. So you're going to convert upscale a very blurry image to 4K. You're much better off connecting the analog signal directly to the to the 4K itself.
When are we going to get the Rad 4K?
Yeah.
Happen
in the next 10 years. The Rad 16K.
Yeah. There was $2 from Chris Curto saying, will the 4K play nicely with the analog products? And they will. If you go back to earlier in the stream, if you haven't already.
I just wanted to boot this up because I knew it had like, I actually haven't even booted this until now, but like it's got, here's a GameCube game with, HD quote unquote, artwork, right? So this is like, if you were looking at something with more like more of like 2D style graphics on a GameCube. This is 480i, by the way, but I've got like a CRT filter on.
There was $5 from Six Slayer. Thank you. Saying, will this support VRR for PCBs like Mortal Kombat, which is 54 hertz, I think, or devices like Mister? You are awesome, Dr. Cheek.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It can support VR in the sense that it can flag the output as VR, but the Mortal Kombat port is sending 54 hertz constant, and the Tink is sending 54 hertz constant to the TV. So it can flag it as VRR and force the TV to take it if it needs that flag to accept that frame rate.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that Bob mentioned that he had taken. Didn't he take a unit to and just tested all kinds of arcade boards on it?
Yeah, he was kind enough to take it and test it with a bunch of arcade boards, and it was pretty good. So I really appreciate that because the arcade stuff has been kind of a mystery to me. I don't know much about it, so having them help me with that is going to be is super not kind.
Yeah, and it's just it just opens up a whole bunch of options, and it's kind of probably makes you think about certain things you would never even have considered. Because
there's a lot of stuff: arcades, retro PCs.
Yeah.
Whole different world out there.
Yeah, and I think that that's one of the things that's most exciting. I think is that you have this one unit that will handle a lot of this stuff, kind of outside of the box stuff too. And then there was $7.99 Australian from Sounds Online. Thank you. Saying, can Mike touch on why the cost of the... I mean, this is the big question, I guess, that everybody... I'm surprised it took this long. Can Mike please touch on why the cost of the RetroTINK 4K is close to double the price of the newly announced Morph? Thank you.
Yeah, you're kind of putting me on the spot here. It's kind of hard to compare two pieces of vaporware. And I'm saying this fully with the knowledge that I'm saying what I'm doing is vaporware too, because neither of them are released. But my answer to that is... I don't know. I think there's great that there's going to be multiple price tiers and multiple options for people out there. That's always a good thing. I can only speak for myself, and the answer is I'm a very conservative person. If you know me, then I always under-promise and over-deliver. And one of the things that I've learned the hard way is that you really don't want to commit to a price early. And I'm just saying for my own situation, I spent a lot buying some FPGAs, and I don't know if I got scammed or not. So I have to account for the fact that my manufacturing costs could be highly variable. So until I get the parts in my garage, I can't give a price. That's why I threw out a number.
Right. And I mean, you never said the price of it. You just said plan for this much, but the chances are people are probably going to be pleasantly surprised. But
I mean, having said that, and I don't say this, I mean, I'm saying this in a polite way. The Tink 4K is a premium product, and it'll be at a premium price point.
Yeah, and I mean, Bob went into this a bit, during his last thing. It's the people that want this, they know this that they want this, that they have a specific reason they want it, and there's a ton of people out there that, the 5X is totally fine. It'll be more than enough than they'll ever need.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to try it myself, but this is what we have access to right now, we can clearly see what this can do, and we know that I do like that that there's this option here for people who just want all literally all possible video inputs considered, right? And then there's an option for people who don't need to consider all angles, right?
Right.
So I think this looks pretty good for on the up close, this is 480i with this is 3D graphics, but simpler, right? I mean, it looks like a computer monitor, I think so.
Yeah. I see Tim Fletcher is saying we Australians are always worrying about the cost because it's not just a U.S. to Australian dollar conversion issue, but a shipping issue, which is hugely expensive from the U.S., way more than even from the U.K. And I mean, it sucks. Like, it sucks that like that is like the state of things. You know, that's more, but you know, that's like a world issue.
Yeah, unfortunately, we hear a lot of sad stories about imports and shipping and taxes, but kind of, that's there's not much we can do about that, as much as it sucks.
Yeah.
Any?
GBI. People are asking for GBI. I know that you probably don't. I mean, I haven't updated my GBI in forever either.
I mean, I gotta be honest. I'm not well equipped to do that on a whim.
Can you do a Game Boy Consoleizer?
I can do Game Boy Console. I haven't done it yet, but I'm sure it'll work great. That I can do because. Well,
I'd be curious because like the audio, like the DVI Plus mode or whatever it needs to be in. Like that's always caused like some kind of issue.
It through a thing that fixes it anyway.
Oh right, yeah. It's just amazing when you think about it that there are there will be two 4K scalers for gamers like on the market, and they have so many features that are like so far beyond of like even a year and a half ago that we could even possibly comprehend like being possible with these. And not only that, but they are like both at a price that is like exponentially lower than, like these, like, you mentioned Extron or whatever, like selling, like these like multi-$1,000 devices that aren't probably even close to as robust because, those are meant to deal with like a video signal that is like within a specific spec. And if you go outside of that spec, they just won't work.
I mean, I think something that's a little funny is that on the RetroTINK 5X review, I said, this is the start of a new generation of video scalers. And then, because of, circumstances outside of everyone's control, it kind of ended up being the only scaler of that generation. And now, now we're in a new generation of 4K scalers. So, that's extremely exciting. I never imagined we would get to 4K this soon.
Neither, yeah, I would say the same. It happened a lot faster than I thought, but we'll see. We'll see where it could go. We'll see where this goes.
I feel like I heard this somewhere. I don't know if it's like true, but like you, like only really fairly recently like learned how to program like FPGAs, right?
In the past 3 years, so I'm still very much a noob.
But I mean, that's crazy though. I mean, do you just like see this stuff in your sleep at this point? Like you just can't.
I mean, I'm kind of starting from like, I know enough about other engineering stuff that it wasn't like super hard to pick up. But yeah, I mean, I did bang my head a lot. I'm probably more obsessed with this stuff than I should.
You think it's like, at this point, you just find it like really fun though to figure it out, or is it more stressful?
Honestly, at this point, it's gotten to the point where there are moments where it stopped being fun.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's true. Like, even like the videos that we make, like there's times where it's just like it's not fun.
Yeah, I mean, I try to pull back sometimes and say, hey, this is for gaming. I'm going to stop working and actually enjoy it. But at some point, I don't want to make this too dark, but I'm sure I'm hitting on something you guys experience, like just between like the demands coming from everywhere and like you trying to get stuff out. There are times I'm like, screw this.
Yeah. So it's just no more. It's not fun anymore, and it's like you just want to play a game without like spending a bunch of time like
I know
Figure
that's
it out.
not going to work. Probably. I mean,
What?
well, so I made a mask that was sized for PSP sharp scale on the PS TV, and I just wanted to see, like, so these are masks that I made, and like, see, that's not going to line up correctly because I sized that for PSP. But if I wanted to, and I do want to, I could make a mask for this as well. You know?
Yeah. Well, it has the built-in one.
I
Have
know,
you tried
but of course you have to keep in mind it's designed for 720p. So let's see. Scan lines. So medium grid. So I mean that looks pretty good. But it's scaled up from 720p.
Right.
So it's not.
It's kind of got an interesting look to it.
Yeah, it's an interesting look, but you could now that we can make the 7. I mean, what's great about it is that it's a 720p, integer scaled source, right? So we can turn it into 4K as if that's just what it always was, right? And we can use we can load, the that's gonna look like a nightmare, and then I guess you could just do standard scan lines, but I think it's more interesting to just use this source, integer scaled sharply as it is, and then we can add what we want here like this. Although oops. We see how the scan lines, there's too many scan lines and they're going through the pixels. We need to pre-scale first. And I think, is that right? Is that correct? I think that is.
Oh, look at
I
that.
think 1/3 is correct. I think, yeah, does that look right? That's gotta be right. So, so we got that. We can add a mask of some kind. And really some of these, like not that, but some of these kind of work for an LCD-ish look. But you can make your own. Like that's what I think I'm going to do for like a lot of the LCD type systems. And there is like, we can go over to some of these others and play around with them a little bit more, but probably too much to really get into today.
Yeah. Well, we'll throw in a couple of other things. I'm going to go through these last few super chats. We can start winding down, I think.
Okay. I
keep going, but.
Huh?
I said I'd keep going, but.
Yeah, I mean we could.
but Mike said he's got some stuff to attend to.
Yeah.
Well, so I mean, we still got it. If you want to like pick out some other random things, I mean, like what is?
Let me think.
What does that somebody in the chat want?
Well, I haven't like. I know what I can do.
Okay.
Oh wait, no. Have I done Switch? Have I not done any Switch?
Yeah, do something Switch, but do Zelda. Do something new. Don't do a 2D game.
Okay.
Or do like a 3D game. I'm just curious. Junko 988 with $4. Thank you. Asking, do you guys prefer the 3D? Oh, there's like a power surge. My UPS has just saved my butt.
Oh.
I hope. Yeah. I got.
Is the power out or did it flicker?
It just flickered for a second. Nope, it just did again. like the power conditioning. Oh. Seems okay. All right. Where was I? Junko9088 was asking about if we prefer the 3DS or the 3DS XL. And I prefer the 3DS, not the XL. Like I have a new 3DS. I just like the pixel density on those, the smaller ones. They're more portable.
Before I go into a game, just let me show you.
That's good.
So, as you all probably know, the Switch menu is 720p. So it looks really cool if you set the system to 720p. Like it looks really cool, like actually seeing the Switch menu with the native 720p and like actually seeing like all the
Oh yeah.
the tiles, like, you know, upscaled that way.
That's good.
Adam Zay is saying that Tears of the Kingdom might be rough since it doesn't render at native resolution.
Correct. So, but that's exactly why a lot of people keep asking about. Now, here's my thing. Personally, I never had an issue really with how it looked on my TV. At least,
Yeah, me either.
at least sitting this far back as I do, I never had an issue with it. But a lot of people like it. Like I guess this game was like kind of a wake up call for a lot of people. Of like, oh man, like Switch is not holding up. Maybe I don't know. But I did test a little bit. So, you know, I'm outputting 720p. You know, it goes between 720p and 1080p. Personally, I still thought this game looked best setting the system for 1080p instead of 720. That's just my opinion. But you know that you certainly have a lot of latitude to tinker around with the settings. So currently, let's see. I'll brighten it up since it's kind of dark.
Oh yeah, you can get that a little bit.
So we're integer scaling 720p, but of course, you know,
Slap some of those scan lines on it.
Good.
yeah, exactly.
We're gonna play Tears of the Kingdom on the N64.
I mean, I could downscale it to 240p or thereabouts.
Beanpot Pub and Parlor with $5 Canadian, 15 minutes ago. Sorry about that. Can we discuss the new remote and profile switching and naming? Any chance it can auto detect and switch to the appropriate profile?
Mind if I answer that question? That's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a new remote, and you can select up to 12. Basically say, I want to map this profile to number 6, right? That's pretty simple. You can save profiles to the SD card, a bunch of profiles, so I don't think you'll ever run out of space. Now, as to auto-detecting the signal and then loading the profile, you know, that's definitely not something that's going to happen at launch, but that is something that has been in the back of my mind. While I can't promise anything, you know, the holy grail of saying, hey, I have a SNES, I'm detecting the SNES, load the SNES profile is something that's been in like the back of my mind. Again, I can't promise it's going to happen, but I know that it's something that people really want. And it's something that, you know, once all this craziness settles down, I'll probably spend some time looking into.
That's really, I mean, I would never expect that to be something that it could do, but that's super cool.
Well, we'll see.
And that new remote, there's like a new remote for the 5X also coming, right?
Yeah, it's basically the same remote, just with different buttons. I found a really good remote vendor, and that'll probably drop in the like a month or two, I think. Mm-hmm. And then just to be clear, you can also I'm sure someone will upload the codes for the 5X remote, so you don't have to buy the remote to use the new functions. They have the same thing, like quick load profile. It's also compatible with the Disney remote code, so if you have a universal remote, you can program that. So lots of options.
The Disney remote. I saw
Disney
that
DVD player.
Oh, is there like a specific reason you picked that one, or is that like
I figured it wouldn't ever conflict with anyone because I don't think anyone's using a Disney branded DVD player.
just like what is the most like left field remote you could think of, and it was that.
Yeah, what's something that none of us gamer? I mean, who knows? Maybe we are rocking Disney DVD remotes. Sorry
Maybe.
if that causes a problem.
Let's see here. There was a $4.99 from Josh saying, MLiG, Mike, thank you for all you do for us. Mike, are there chances that there could be a future revision of the scaler at a lower price point?
Yeah, that is a good question. That is always the that's a good question to ask. Honestly, I can see a lower revision at a lower price point, but the FPGA we picked, I think I was pretty careful in picking one that was powerful enough to do everything I wanted to do today and in the future. So it might be possible to release a lower revision, but it would probably be crippled in some way, and I don't know if it's going to be crippled in a way that would matter to people. Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see there. But I think the most important thing for me right now is just getting this thing out and making sure everything works really well, is stable, and then make a split off of that.
Yeah, like as things change, I mean, it's like anything, I suppose.
So what did you all think? Did Zelda look better when I had the system set to 720p or 1080p?
I mean, I think they both look pretty good. Like 720p, like this has an appeal to it. This looks like a GameCube game.
Well, but right now is 1080p. I have it set at 1080p now.
Yeah, I mean, it probably looks better at 720p. But I mean, try some different settings for it and see like what you can do with it.
Yeah, well, I mean that's what I've been doing.
Oh, okay. I mean, I think it like both of them look pretty good. I mean, 720p looked better, but this doesn't look
cleaner. But also, you have to keep in mind that like you're not getting the full view of the picture, right? Like
right.
Sitting back at the couch, like ultimately, I do personally feel you're better off setting your Switch to 1080p to play this game. Yeah. That's just my opinion.
Just leaving it at that.
But for people who really don't like dynamic resolution scaling, you do have that option to set your Switch to 720p. You wouldn't notice it as much. And then, with something like this, you can, perhaps compensate a little bit for some of the offset of having gone that route. I mean, you could also, you could scale it all the way down. Really blur that up.
It looks like Link has been hit with that laser thing from the Resident Evil movie. Gonna fall apart. All right, so Robert Hernandez with $4.99 asking, Coury, does the 4K encourage you in any way to release more content in 4K, or are there other limitations to consider? I feel like I kind of want to start just doing content more regularly in 4K, just because. I mean, the main reason I think both of us have stuck with 1080p for so long, is that shooting in 4K gives us like so much more space to like so much more resolution, so that we can make our own camera movements and stuff like that if we wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, it would really be a case-by-case basis. I mean, I'm sure eventually over time we'll it's going to become more and more common. I don't think it'll be an immediate change. I mean, obviously, so we are planning to do like a first impressions video for the RetroTINK 4K.
Mm-hmm.
You know, obviously that'll be in 4K. Well, everything else, you know, it'll be a gradual process. It just depends. You know, I would like to hopefully later this year build a new computer, and I feel like having more video editing power will also encourage me to do 4K more often, you know?
That's good.
Let's see here. There's $10 from Bones. Thank you. Saying, Mike, I appreciate what you do for Retro. People obsessing over hypothetical TINK 4K prices are selling your work short. Your explanation was completely reasonable. I will be buying it day one. You rock.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And, you know, I apologize if I stirred up some drama with the 1K price. And I realize I probably stirred it up because if people were like, what is the price? $969.42. I mean, look, I'm not trying to play games. I legit don't know. As soon as I know, I'll let you guys know. But I'm just...
Because it comes down to, like you said, you have ordered like these FPGAs and you just got to make sure they're even what they're supposed to be, right? When they all show up.
Yeah, I mean, one of the sad things about sourcing parts these days, it's gotten a lot better, is that it's just impossible if you're a small company to get a lot of these specialty parts from Intel or AMD. So I ended up buying a bunch of stuff from the Chinese gray market at an okay price, but it's the Chinese gray market until they show up in a few months. I don't know if I got scammed or not. So
Right.
I just don't know.
And that, like, when I saw some people asking about a release date, and like it comes down entirely to that too, right? Like,
With any
can't
luck,
say,
we'll
like,
be in production in a couple months. But you know, anything can happen, right? I just that's that's the thing I learned the hard way. Having a career in manufacturing stuff at even way lower volume than the Tink at my company, is that 100 things will just go wrong and make you miserable.
yeah.
I really wanted to show this because I just was really proud of it. I made a few like game specific profiles and I want to continue to do that. But like, and it depends on the game, how you can downscale it, whether you can downscale it to the right pixels or not. But this is for like, some modern release games that are in a pixel style. So like for the Sonic Mania, for example, I found I had to set the system to 720p for scan lines to line up correctly for that. For the Tingo Project games, you need to leave it at 1080p. But I made a profile, which I just think it's so cool that it works universally across all of the 3 existing Tingo Project games. And what it does is these games have forced borders if you use square pixels, but uneven scaling if you stretch it out to Super Nintendo pixel aspect ratio. Oh no, I need to turn off HDR because these are HDR profiles. But so what you can do is you can have it square pixel aspect with the borders, and then you just stretch it back out to make it the Super Nintendo pixel aspect, and the borders are hidden. And the exact same profile. I just love how it works on all of the Tingo Project games. Like if I like 100%. If I were to replay any of these Tingo projects, like I would absolutely use this profile. Like I think it looks so good, especially in HDR.
It looks like it would have been an arcade game. All right. So Adam Mann was asking, any chances for any super graphics content? Try does not have a super graphics. So
I mean, I guess I can load super graphics games on Mister, but
we don't have enough time to get that up. And
well, I mean, I meant not here, but I just mean like in a.
That's good.
Just in general,
potentially.
That one martini. Back with I mean. That one martini is like donated enough to like have maybe 2 martinis. Not like a little, like not super expensive martinis, but
I see you there, Voltar. I can hook you up with some Wii U unless we're like
Yeah, do.
Unless
we
we're
still
like
got-
shutting down.
Yeah, you just play some same. Play some of that Wii U. Play some Chubbins.
I can.
Do it. Then do it. Uh, that one Martini saying if when we die we reincarnate into game consoles, what game console would you want to be? I don't know, like the Virtual Boy maybe.
Nintendo 64. I stand by that.
I don't know what Try would pick.
What pick what?
If you're reincarnated after you die, you're reincarnated into a game console.
I mean, I heard Mike say N64.
N64 all the way.
I mean, you know, that sounds pretty good, honestly. Sounds pretty good. I mean, I could also go for NES, or you know, maybe something like a DMG Game Boy. You know, maybe travel a little bit.
This one, I wanted to read this one earlier because it made me laugh. Scott Davis with $4.99 saying, "How would this look how would this look with the M cable?"
Well, I mean,
Nothing's
you'd have to
stopping us
plug
from
the M
trying.
cable on the input side, not the output side. But yeah, you know, wait, hold on. This might not be as dumb as y'all might think. I mean, would we be able to try like a 480p or a 720p digital game into the M Classic and then have the Tink scale it up?
I mean, you could add that. Honestly, you would add the anti-aliasing, and the Tink would then make the anti-aliasing that it added look less bad. In theory.
It's actually, you know, people ask for the mythical smoothing filter, and this might just be it.
Yeah, just package have a premium bundle with an M Classic.
But Scott Davis says, yeah, but seriously, super stoked for this. Thank you, Mike and Team RetroTINK.
Thank you so much. You know, honestly, when you say thank you, the thanks goes really back to you guys.
Then we have Sebastian with $5 Canadian. You know, my next door neighbor has a Shih Tzu named Sebastian. We had to like convince us to get my dog.
Are you saying your neighbor's dog's name is $5 Canadian?
No, it was Sebastian.
I'm kidding.
I'm just going to take a 1 second break.
Oh, yeah.
Yep,
I'll be right back. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. We're just booting up Wii U here.
How would a game that doesn't use anti-aliasing look? I always thought games with anti-aliasing might not scale well.
I actually think in some ways it looks better when you're doing it this way. Arguably. I mean, we did some of that earlier with like, like Smash, you know, I had the flicker filter turned off on that. I mean, I did some PS3 stuff earlier, like very limited anti-aliasing and Bionic Commando Rearmed. You know, not ultra effective anti-aliasing and Soul Calibur 4. I mean, really, let's be honest. Anti-aliasing, anti-aliasing from like anything earlier than like last generation is like you still see aliasing. Like it's anti-aliasing was not especially effective until relatively recently.
Can you do the dance that your me was doing on the screen there?
Was he doing this one? Was it that one?
Yeah, I
Um,
think so. Yes.
Now, unfortunately, downscaling cannot save uh, blurry NES Virtual Console games on here, but
Mhm.
GBA games do look perfect. I tested this.
Let's see. There was $5 Australian from Adam Mann saying, Mike, are you looking for beta testers, maybe early adopters who want to pay up front and early to help squash the bugs?
I really appreciate that. I don't know. I mean, I feel a little bit weird about selling these things prematurely. But yeah. I really appreciate that. Let me just have to crunch on that a little bit more.
There was $9.99 from Retro Chris 25. Thank you. Saying for 7th generation consoles or newer, what's the optimal output resolution for proper scan lines or downscaling with the RetroTINK 4K? So
Remind me
that's
which
PS3,
generation
right?
that is. I don't
I
keep
think
generation numbers off the top of my head.
That's got to be like PS3. And
Yeah, I mean, what I'm finding on PS3, like just turning on scan lines, make them as dark as you want, depending on, what your TV and then what HDR settings you're using on the output of the RetroTINK. And then for PS3, I think horizontal bilinear filter of medium or standard looks good, but it could depend on the game. You might want to use sharp bilinear or none. Like, for example, I showed Hardcore Uprising. You would want none there. You just want 720p upscaled, sharp as you can, unless you really want to do scan lines. Maybe you do something different there. But it depends on the game. I'm still kind of dialing in what I really want to see out of that.
there was $5 from Master Safe. Thank you. Saying at RetroTINK, what settings modes does Mike suggest for display on a FW900 monitor?
That's a really nice one. Well, it depends on which RetroTINK, but if you're talking about the 5X or the 4K, now the 5X probably just one of the high, the 1080p modes, but the 4K you could probably do something interesting. You could output 240p at 120 hertz, and that would basically make it look like a BVM. And then if you insert BFI, then basically get rid of that motion blur that you would normally get by frame doubling. So, if you get the 4K and do that custom mode line, you could basically build your own PVM out of that. Sorry, your own BVM.
We can. John Lenneman's the only one that I know that has the FW900. I'm sure that he would love to try it.
Does anyone know? I mean, I'm assuming Wind Waker HD is 720p native. I have my Wii U set for 720p. I think I do. Let me check what the Tink is receiving.
Yeah, I mean, I always
720p.
keep this at 720. I just feel like it helps.
Right, but I mean, not every game is 720p. Wait, Wind Waker HD is 1080p? Is it really? Oh, well,
1080p.
Then I'll change my settings to 1080p because I don't think we have looked at a 1080p game today. Which, I mean, there's not much to see other than, yes, you can integer scale it, which I think looks good. I mean, from this distance, the difference between the way the TV scales it and the nearest neighbor integer scale of 720p and 1080p is a very small distance to me. I am getting new glasses soon, though, so maybe it'll be a big difference soon.
There was $5 from Jeffrey Aller. Thank you. Asking, what about being able to change profiles over USB through an API or our RS-232 protocol?
That's a good question, and it's actually one we've gotten a lot. The short answer is it's possible to basically do commands both through USB and the VGA port actually has a built-in TTL serial port. So the facility is there, but I don't know when I'll get around to actually implementing a command interface. It's definitely on my to-do list and something I want to do, but probably take time.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Like, I used like this one that I got from my Extron cross points. It's like you just need like a serial to USB cable.
Exactly.
And it works, and it's super convenient.
You could have like a Raspberry Pi or something, just send commands like switch the Extron to input 3, load profile 4, and automate all that. I mean, it shouldn't be too difficult to have a simple interface for at least profile switching, but it's just one of those things that takes time.
Yeah. And Ryan with $10 is asking, Mike, would you be reincarnated as a regular N64 or one of the fantastic ones, or the Pikachu console?
Oh, that's no question. Pikachu, 100%.
And also, there was $10.90 reals from Mario Jr. asking, hey, Mike, what can you say about DOS games on the TINK 4K?
John's been testing some of that, hasn't he?
Yeah, I've been spending a lot of time testing DOS games, and so DOS will be supported. There's one of the things that John Lindemann was helping me test was basically PC stuff. I think there's still going to be some blind spots because there's like 100 different PC resolutions. The major ones for DOS are supported right now, but I'm sure there'll be edge cases, and I'll work on them as we find them. But yeah, DOS 70 Hertz has been one of the big things for me. One of the interesting things I found is that DOS games that run at 70 hertz, we can actually use a custom mode line that only outputs 2880 by 2160, which is 4K, but in a 4:3 window, and that'll easily go up to 70 hertz. So you're not going to lose any frames, and if you have a C1 or any of these, a lot of these newer TVs, they'll take the 70 hertz signal natively, so it'll be great.
Try. It looked like the black level was wrong on your capture.
Oh, well, we are on the Wii U.
Yeah, because it's limited only.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Stuff is going to be a mishmash for a little bit here because as I try to sort through things.
There was also $14.99 Australians asking from Sounds Online 79. Thank you. Asking, wondering what all your thoughts are on analog input to a scaler over digital to digital mods. Should we all sell our HD Retrovision cables and go digital to digital? What will you be doing? I'm going to be doing? I'm just going to be using the stuff I have. I mean, that's
me personally. I think there's different options for everyone's preferences, but my personal preference, and someone else might have different preferences. It depends on the console. So I definitely wouldn't be selling my HD Retrovisions for the PS2. PS2 itself is one of the consoles that are very clean, so that probably doesn't need to be modded. Xbox, I think, would benefit from a mod. Benefits greatly from a mod, actually, because that's noisy. The Wii probably benefits from a mod if you're a Wii guy or gal. GameCube doesn't need a mod because you have something like a Carby, which is plug and play. And Dreamcast probably doesn't need a mod, so if those mythical HD Retrovision Dreamcast cables come, then you don't need to buy them and sell them. But that's just kind of my thought right now.
Yeah, I mean, since a lot of what I want to do is like with the HDMI stuff, like in this setup here, and like I've got the 5X set up upstairs, and I'm still very happy with like the quality I can get out of it. Although like I was really blown away by that Firebrand X profile, so I might change my mind eventually. But like I was really blown away by that, and I I could see maybe moving over to the RetroTINK 4K for the analog stuff. But like for now, like I'm mostly focused on the HDMI. But the thing is, you can almost get the same result, like with both, as long as your cables aren't noisy, right?
I mean, a lot of consoles do have very good analog output, so you don't necessarily need to mod them. And a lot of consoles that do have really bad analog outputs, so some of the really old stuff, there's no mod to begin with. You're kind of stuck there. Again, I keep going back to the Xbox is the one that just kind of, in my mind, screams, I need a mod. Because it's a powerhouse graphically, but it's kind of crippled by the quality of the DAC.
Yeah, well, and I remember seeing you say that at some point before, and I actually have like the Make Megahertz Xbox mod, but I have a lot of trouble capturing it, and I've actually been hopeful that I won't have trouble anymore. Passing it through the RetroTINK, because like I don't know, it's.
I can definitely confirm that one works well. Obviously, as
that's the only
favorite game of mine.
Exists, I think, right?
Look at Link. What is he just like? He just wanted to just stay on his face there. He's like, oh. I mean, I never noticed he just like opens his mouth as much as he does. He's just going like, oh.
I mean,
he has two different looks. He just like has a straight face and a like, oh. Ooh.
I mean,
Ryan had another $5 super chat, just correcting something. Cause he said fantastic consoles, but he meant funtastic. I knew what you meant. You didn't have to donate again, but thank you.
It's
there's also $5 from Andrew M. saying, good evening, guys. I'm curious what PSP content looks like. A sore spot for my OSSC. Could you please give me a recap if it's been done already? Thanks.
I could quickly boot up my PS TV. Maybe because it's getting close to midnight. We should probably close out with it.
How about you just do that and then
that'll be it. But I do gotta say, it's been so long. Like I played through this version of the game when it came out, and I can't believe like how good it looks. Like I know, like people want it to come to Switch, but like this is like a really sharp and clean looking Wii U game. I have to say, I did not remember it being 1080p.
Because you probably were just thinking about making the how to beat video when you were playing through it.
Yeah, that's right.
You knew it was destined for VHS.
But it's like the image quality is like really, really good. Like it's just very crisp looking.
It's crazy that like they have not ported this to Switch.
Yeah.
It's crazy to me.
Yeah. But yeah, okay, we will close out with some PS TV because I have done that before and it's pretty easy to get that going.
I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do like PSP. He can probably do PSP on the PSP.
Well, that's what
TV.
I'll do. Like actual PSP would take a little more effort because I took all my batteries out of my PSPs, and so I'd have to like plug it in and everything. I'll do PSP. I'll try to do PSP in the preview video.
All right.
But I can give you a vague idea here at least.
We did it, guys. We like are caught up on super chats. We made it. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick because I've been.
It's a little hard hard
having
when,
to pee this whole
when
time.
when it's a hot topic like this. When demonstrating stuff, I mean, we're not usually like demonstrating something, in especially in such a way that's so difficult to demonstrate, right? Okay, so here we are. So this is a hacked PSTV that has sharp scale. So that's why it's not filling the frame. I've only messed around with Vita games a little bit, and I was definitely having trouble because a lot of like Vita games, a lot of them don't run at native resolution, so that creates challenges. I did try some PSP stuff, but man, I gotta say, well, first of all, sometimes that happens when launching Adrenaline. It just doesn't load, and then the second time it'll load. But anyway, this is pretty neat, but like really laggy. Like I know I am using a DualShock 4, which I understand is laggier on PSTV than DualShock 3, but like it's pretty laggy. But yeah, I think you can. Am I correct in thinking that you can load PSP games that you own on PSTV, but if you want to inject them, you have to use Adrenaline, which for some reason seems to have extra layers of lag? Acer Bandit, thank you. And I remain caught up on super chats since I'm being attentive here. Let me get into this here. So before I do any scaling settings, I'll just do auto names. So here we are. Let's see, what profile am I on? I think I'm just on the. I actually did save a file for this previously, but then I decided to start over, and so I deleted it. But it's really easy set up the way that I had it before. So Mike, this is because I saw you mess with PSP stuff, but this is like, this is a way to get a digital source of PSP stuff through the PSTV, but the PSTV has atrocious scaling normally, and we use a hack called Sharp Scale to
right
this. So
what does sharp scaling have to do with the 1080i stuff on the PSTV, or are they completely separate?
Well, it does, like, you can do sharp scale within like the 1080 frame, but obviously you're going to kind of have issues like you'll have some issues like well, I mean, the deinterlacing can be a problem, but I don't think I tried 1080i deinterlacing on here if you wanted to do that, but I think in most regards you're better off because the Vita native resolution is less than 720p anyway, so you're better off doing sharp scale within the frame and then resizing with the Tink. So I don't think there's a reason to really do that, but you can just I can just keep going. Yeah, I go past the point that breaks it too. But yeah, you just do this, and that totally fills the screen with.
Yeah, so you get a little cut off, but
no, it's not cut off.
Oh, it's not, okay.
Not now. Like I've got perfect 4x scale. It exactly fills the screen. But this is Adrenaline. I like the lag is so bad in Adrenaline. Like I need to figure out a better way to play PSP games on this hacked system. But it looks amazing. It looks amazing. And let's see, if I wanted to do scanline stuff, let's see in what way I would need. Could I just do a half scale? Would that get the job done? I think so. I think that does it without any. I think so. I don't know why it scales it back down a little bit though. And then I would probably want to add at least some filtering there.
Yeah, so one of the nice things about 4K is that you can see these crazy non-integer factors and the scan lines still look pretty good.
So yeah, there you go. There's what if the PS1 version of Final Fantasy was on a CRT?
PSP version.
That's why I said PSP version.
I thought you said PS1. I don't know why.
I actually prefer the PS1 version, but this is
Yeah.
this is neat too.
Someone said earlier, it looks like an RPG maker.
Well, but you know, at the time it came out, I thought it looked so cool.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it does look pretty good. Like, I think that Final Fantasy IV looks pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, but you know what? At the time, I think it's important to realize that like mobile gaming hadn't taken off, and so now like you look back at these games and you're like, oh, they kind of look like mobile games. But at the time, I thought they looked really good because they didn't have that style, didn't have that stigma attached.
Yeah.
Now, this is actually the thing that I kind of made some of my own masks for. I was just experimenting. However, I'm actually not sure. I may have designed them for... I'm not sure if it'll work with the way I have it here, but let me try. So I made... This is very simple, but I made... oh, yeah, it has... I have to touch the controller every once in a while or else it does that. So let's see. I made a monochromatic grid. And... Is that lining up? I guess that is lining up correctly. So,
That's good.
Or is it? Yeah, I think
And it's slightly off.
Is it slightly off?
You can see it like right below his belt, where it's like slightly off.
Try this. Try using the built-in scanline function, the LCD generator. It's under image processing.
Okay. Yeah, I forget exactly what I did have it lined up correctly before, but yeah. Let's see. So here's the reason I made my own, because doing the LCD, since I'm doing the pre-scale, because see, this is actually scaled up. You know, from...
I think I know where the disconnect lies. Do you mind going to the HDMI receiver menu?
Right, that's what I was going to say, and I didn't realize you could do this. So decimation factor, there you go. That does it. That's sort of not really its intended function, though, is it?
Not exactly. Well, it is because something like the GBI sends 4 pixels for every GBA pixel. So I just set the decimation factor to 4.
So you know, that's related to what I was talking to you about. Like, you know, let's dial in that horizontal sampling. So I feel like that could be a feature, not really something that you would want hidden in the receiver menu, but like I feel like that feature, not necessarily this decimation factor, but like a similar function where you could really dial it in.
It sounds like an 80s action movie.
The decimation
factor.
It really does.
The sequel is the decimation phase.
Yeah. Do you mind setting the LCD filter to color? I just want to see how that shows up.
Now that I've done that, I bet it will. Or actually, I'm wondering, would that change how it looks? Would that change how that looks as well? Of course, I have to change. Actually, that kind of looks. Well, it's a little off, but that kind of looks actually kind of interesting, just like doubling up those grids. Let's see. What should I?
Try setting the scanline function to color LCD. I want to see what that looks like.
If that would. It's a little rainbowy.
Let's see.
Something. I think it's something's not.
Do you mind? Sorry if I'm making you do random things. Do you mind going to the scaling menu?
Yeah. I can't change the interpolation.
And set the factor to 8.0. I know we might cut something off, but I just want to see what happens when you get to an integer.
Okay. Oh, there you go. Actually, that doesn't cut any. Well, it cuts a little off at the bottom, but that fixed it. It's not rainbowy anymore.
Yeah, so that kind of tries to emulate exactly what the RGB substructure of an LCD panel.
Yeah, like what it would look like on the PSP screen.
Right. And now I want to see that. This is going to look bad on the stream, but now that I see how that's set up, I want to turn HDR on, and just like kind of get an idea. Just looking at on my TV. So this is something I haven't been able to show before, because now you see how it's really washed out in the capture. That's because it's HDR. But in here, you've got this nits feature, and so you can start to lose color detail if you go too high. But it looks. It definitely can help compensate for that. Now, it does feel a little washed out. Like there's no like saturation function, is there, if you wanted to like for a digital source. Like I can't like.
Yeah, the digital source, there's no saturation control yet. It's possible. In fact, I think it's actually built into the HDMI chip, but one of those things are just mucking with the signal in a way that, I think it would probably be useful for these effects.
It would be useful for LCD effects, I think, because I feel like for GBA, this is exactly what you want it to look like.
Right, the washed out look.
You want it to look that way for GBA because the colors are inherently oversaturated. But for PSP, I feel like the perception, of looking at a PSP screen is not. It looks saturated, now that I'm looking at it more and more, it's not that bad. Actually, if I back off on the strength a bit, actually, does the strength affect this one?
Look at those clouds.
It does. Yeah, look at those clouds.
I've never played or met a game that had cloud shadows over the ground over an open field that I haven't liked.
I do love that. That's always a great thing for a game to have. If I zoom out, maybe you'll get a little more.
I got a couple of super chats because there was mending super chats
of what it's looking like there, I think maybe.
Acer Bandit said, "Did I hear that you're caught up on super chats?"
I already got that one.
Oh, okay. So you got Acer Bandit. Did you get Ryan had a $5 super chat?
I did not see that one.
So how would this look with an old SD TV recordings, DVD or 720p TV broadcasts? And that's something, Mike, that you've been exploring with the 5X, and I'm sure that a lot of that stuff will carry over later.
A lot of that stuff will probably carry over later. I think VHS, the 5X might still have an edge there because there's some VHS specific functions.
Right.
Not a huge deal though.
480i stuff you had mentioned.
Yeah, exactly. I think for watching films, Bob Retro RGB Bob and Marc from Blurbusters, we've been kicking. They've been helping me kick around some ideas. So expect to see some interesting things for films.
Nice.
Ah. Yeah, you mentioned something about gain like a real projector effect with like black frame insertion. I can't even quite visualize like what that would look like.
So this is mostly Bob and Marc's. So I'm just Marc's idea. So I'm just the guy making it happen. But basically, strobing at 48 hertz or 96 hertz with BFI or 144 hertz, basically to emulate how a film projector would work. Bob's really the guy that's kind of pushing for this, and he's the one doing testing. But he says it looks pretty realistic. Feeded a 24 hertz source.
And something I'm really curious about, I don't know if you saw it like 2 years ago. I think it was 2 years ago, or maybe it was last year. I don't remember. I did a review of a projector. Well, it was actually an episode about projectors, but I did review like one new projector in it. And Bob actually has the same projector. It's a BenQ TK 700 STI, something like that. And I've been really curious, like, are you familiar with like the rainbow effect on like DLP projectors?
Only a little bit.
Where like, because of the way that it's like based on this spinning wheel and like the colors, each color is like being shot out like technically one after the other, right? So like if your eyes are moving around and tracking something, like you might see sort of this like rainbow trail behind it because not all the colors are in sync. And like I find like if you're playing or watching something that's like very bright and colorful, it's not a problem. But if you're watching something that's like high contrast, like the white text against black looks really bad. Or it can. And I've been really curious because that projector, I left it at my parents' house. I have it set up there. And I really want to take the RetroTINK there and see, does black frame insertion make the rainbow effect worse? Does it make it better? Is it even a valid concept on a DLP projector? I don't know. Like, I'm really curious because it does accept 120 hertz, but only for 1080p. But that's totally fine because I guess that's something we haven't talked about a lot is, or at all maybe, is that you can set 1080p 120 or 1440p 1. Is that 1440p? Is that full 2560?
Yeah, the 1440p is a full 2560.
So you can do black frame insertion with that as well.
Do 120, 1440p 120 or 1080p up to 240.
Okay. So, but yeah, so you can do black. If your TV does not have black frame insertion, you can add this to it. Now, I don't really understand what the LCD saver function is. I mean, I know that's IPS screens tend to be very prone to flicker retention. But how does this actually prevent that LCD saver function? What does it do to prevent that?
This is some magic. Again, I'm grateful that Marc from Blur Blusters, the UFO site was helping me with this. But basically, it's a way to cycle the BFI pattern so that it counteracts the retention.
That's kind of like, and does it actually like I would think that it would be like really obvious that it's like doing something that would.
You do see a glitch, but it doesn't happen. It happens. It probably happens rare enough that it's not going to be annoying.
That's pretty crazy, man. I'm looking at these subpixels on this cobblestone road here. Like look at that. Actually, I'm going closer.
Get in there.
Look at those subpixels.
You don't have your macro lens on there.
Look at that. That's pretty crazy.
I got 3 super chats I got to catch up on.
Okay, and then we should probably call it.
Yeah, we should wrap it up. There is another $2 Australian from Adam Mann asking, Mike, are we seeing we are at HDMI 2.1? Is HDMI 2.1 4K 120 an option? And
That sorry.
oh, go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, yeah, HDMI 2.1 4K 120 is probably out of the reach of any practical scaler. I think, or any reasonably priced. I mean, I feel ridiculous saying reasonably priced, but I'm saying like sub $10,000 FPGA scaler. But yeah, I mean, we kicked around some ideas for when you really want 4K type with BFI. One thing you could do is you could send 1920 by 160 at 120, so half the horizontal resolution. You could still get your scanline effects that look good. 1920 pixels is enough for basically all your retro stuff. So I mean that's one option. Yeah, true. 1.2 gigahertz pixel clocks is probably not within reach anytime soon.
Excellent. Andrew M with $2 saying thank you and good night. Although I'm not leaving yet.
Thank you so much for joining.
And Rent Optional with $2 saying so much tinking and so few just playing the damn game.
Yeah, well, that's.
I mean, but I saw like the reaction to that when he first said that. I mean, I think he's just joking, but it's like, everyone was saying like, it's this prime, it's a prime stream, like we haven't done like a stream like this in a super long time.
I know. Well, and after the mess I made in my living room to do this stream, I'm not keen to do it super often. So savor it.
Yeah. I mean, I put stuff out on like Twitter for the first time in a really long time that we were streaming tonight, and I put it out like on our Blue Sky account, and I mean, we just like we don't we don't advertise our streams like as much like on social media as we used to. And I bet you there's some people that came tonight that hadn't been. I mean, I know that there's a lot of people that haven't been to a stream in a really long time, and I guess it's just really cool. Like, hey, we're still here. We're still streaming every week, but we just don't like once Twitter got rid of the third-party apps. Like, I stopped using it a lot. So that's one of the reasons I don't put so much stuff on there. And I just I spent this last week. I had to do a clean install of Windows. I hadn't done one in, gosh, it was almost 5 years, which is like ridiculous, honestly. Like, I've never gone that long without doing like a clean install. Like, I can't believe I went for that long. But I spent like most of the week. It took like a solid 3 days to get everything in a pretty good spot. And I don't know where I was going with that.
So that's always a fun experience.
It is, and it's like it's been so long since I've done it, but it feels real good after you're done with it. It's like everything is really tidy. I don't have like a remnants of a million uninstalled programs laying around anymore. So it's good. I have Windows 10 because my first generation Threadripper does not have the security features that Windows 11 requires. So, well, anything else? Do we want to start wrapping it? I mean,
yeah, I mean, I'm just showing off my giant PSP. My 65-inch PSP.
Well, this was so much fun, Mike. Thanks for joining us for so long. It was like,
of course,
I know you said you had like other things to do, but you really stuck it out for a long time. Thank you.
Oh, because I was having a good time. I was, I genuinely enjoyed this. Of course, just like spending time with you gentlemen, and then I realize I'm kind of a crap poster on Twitter, so actually getting to engage with people, in this kind of medium is very nice. I really love it.
Yeah,
I remember last time we asked you to be on stream. You were just like, "Oh no, I think I'd be too shy," and you do great. You do great.
I'm just gonna hide, hide in the chat.
I'm glad you finally got to join us. That was great.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate you guys taking the time, and of course everyone for joining in.
Yeah.
Thanks to everybody who donated tonight. There's and everyone who came out for the long haul. I mean, this is like our biggest stream in like several years.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the RetroTINK 4K. I mean, there's been hype, So I've been hyped. I'm so grateful for this opportunity to look at it early, because man, oh man, have I been anticipating integrating this into my setup, and it's living up to expectations. So
Heck yeah.
I'm glad to hear that. Still have a lot of work still have a long way to go.
well, hang in there. Don't stress out too hard. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just video games, but
That's right.
It's very impressive. This is the first thing of its kind out there. So it's, well, I mean, not out there, but there are tens of them out there.
There's exactly 10 that have ever been produced. And
so yeah, it's amazing to have this kind of functionality. I'm super excited. Can't wait to make more profiles, and we've never really done like a first look or preview type video before, but like for something as substantial as this, I'm definitely. I mean, I'm also busy in other ways right now, but I'm going to do everything I can to get out in the next couple of weeks, hopefully. Some kind of preview video, because I can't wait to show people maybe a little more clearly than we were able to show on this stream some of the things I've been able to do, and like why I think that's so exciting that you can finally scale things in this way that like just never been able to do before. But anyway, I should probably stop rambling and let people go on their way. So. Thanks everyone again. Thanks, Mike, and we will see you next Sunday.
thank you, everyone.
Take care.